Welcome to the City Council's May 11th regular City Council meeting. This is a teleconference meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating remotely. My name is Drew Combs. I'm Mayor of Menlo Park for 2021. I would like to introduce staff and City Council members present. Vice Mayor Betsy Nash, City Council members Cecilia Taylor and Jen Willison. We believe Councilmember Ray Mueller will be joining us later. Staff present include City Manager Starla Jerome Robinson, City Attorney Nira Doherty, and Public Engagement Manager Clay Curtin, who is filling in for the City Clerk tonight. With that, we'll go to item C on the agenda adoption. Agenda adoption provides advance notice to members of the public and the city staff of any modifications to the agenda and any requests from City Council members under City Council member reports. And so this is an opportunity, and I'll note that Councilmember Mueller has joined the meeting. This agenda adoption section provides us an opportunity to give a heads up for any consent items that people want to discuss and any informational items that council members have questions about. And of course, if there is some need to reorder other items on the agenda, then this is also where we would conduct that business. So is there anyone who has an item on consent that they'd like to pull or have informational items that they would like to discuss? Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. So I'd like to pull K1, the minutes, and K2, the TOT discussion, and also under informational items, N2 budget. And all of those are, I believe, will be brief discussions.
Totally fair. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I'd like to pull item K1. I'm sorry, K3. And it's just a brief comment. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. That's totally fair. So just so I'm making sure. So we'll have discussion or questions about all of the consent calendar items, and then on the informational items, there are questions for. Well, Vice Mayor Nash, did you said into, correct? Just
I did, and
into.
I don't.
No, okay, no, totally fair. I just wanted to make sure I heard. Okay, so then that's all fair. Any other items that people, or any other informational items that people have questions about, or anything on the agenda that there is a request to reorder? Okay, all right. So with that, then that all works for me. I don't think to Mr. Curtin, we need to do a motion on these changes, and so they're totally fine. So we're gonna discuss individually all of the consent calendar items, and there are questions for into on the informational items, and so with that, we'll provide notice. Does that, just to be cleared up, that works for you, Mr. Curtin?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, cool. Okay, with that, I think we will then go into, just making sure. Okay, with that, we'll go into closed session.
I believe we need to take a public comment on closed session items.
Okay, totally fair. Thanks for that reminder. So then let's. Okay, yeah. Okay, so Mr. Curtin, can you call for public comment on closed session? On the closed session agenda items?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For members of the public who wish to provide public comment on the closed session items listed on the agenda, we ask that you please raise your hand, or if you're on a phone, you can press *9 to raise your hand. All right. The first speaker is Samina Koshik. Samina, can you unmute and make your public comment?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Samina Koshek, and I am a graduating senior at Castellea. And I learned about this opportunity from a nonprofit I'm a part of called Safe Space. We are a youth-driven organization focused on mental health education and advocacy. Our approach is through peer support in our community and on campuses throughout the Bay Area. Partnering with San Mateo Behavioral Health Recovery Services, we wanted to have the city declare and recognize May as Mental Health Awareness Month. It is important to do this because mental health is relevant to everyone, especially during a time of such isolation and overall change. We must remind ourselves that there's immense support in our community. Whether one finds it through school, work, or in their town, unity is crucial to maintaining strong mental health. Thank you all again, and we hope to continue to raise awareness and highlight teen mental health in Menlo Park. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comment.
And just to reiterate, this portion of the public comment only relates to closed session items. So general public comment and public comment related to other agenda items will come later. I think that public comment was in response to the proclamation about May being Mental Health Awareness Month, which is totally fine. The message, wherever it is received, is totally desired and applauded. But just wanted to make that note. Okay. So Mr. Curtin, we can see if there's any additional public comment on the closed session items.
Sure. All right, the next speaker with their hand raised is, I believe, JT Faraji.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. I want to make a comment. First of all, thank you guys for the work that you're doing on the council. Secondly, I want to make a comment about the resolution 6624, which I believe you guys are going to be voting on during the closed session. So I want to recognize the fact that what this money has come for and who it has come from. And I want to recognize the equity disparages in the community and see this as an opportunity to fix a lot of that. So I don't know if you are aware that my organization, the nonprofit, the Hood Squad, does a lot of public health and safety all over the Bay Area, Menlo Park being one of the communities that we serve. Menlo Park has a very uncomfortable history of problems with its police force, which has led to extreme difficult time tracking and understanding who the bad actors are and, making the responsibility for their actions hard to hold them accountable. And I would like to offer some solutions to that. So I would hope that in the future I can give you a presentation about exactly what our organization does. But I think the takeaway that I'd like to leave you with right now is that we have 4 main points: nutrition, wellness, medical, including mental health and addiction, and security, public health and safety, including police accountability. And so I want to, I'm speaking in hopes that you folks will understand that the crisis that Menlo Park is in, and I don't want to see, the city end up with various lawsuits and various, oversight from the federal government. There's been a lot of police issues in Menlo Park, which I know you're aware of. So thank you guys for your time, and I hope that you will vote to allocate this money back to the community that is the most victimized.
All right.
Yeah, I
Thank you
just
for your
wanted,
public comment.
yeah, just if I respond, yeah, thank you for your public comment. And if you could, if it's not too much of an imposition, if you could email the city council email alias just with more information about your organization, or if you have a website, just a link to your website, and so that all council is able to follow up on your organization. Okay, thank you, Mr. Curtin. You can go. And just there is a 3-minute time limit, and we're not projecting it, but I am keeping track. And so at the 1-minute warning, I will give once you're 2 minutes in and have 1 minute left, I will give the 1-minute warning. Okay, Mr. Curtin.
All right, Mr. Mayor, that's the last speaker.
Okay. Well, with that, let me just. Okay, with that, then we will go into close session to discuss the agenda items for closed session.
Nick, will you confirm that the mayor's mic is off on the Zoom? I'm just
Uh,
slightly paranoid and looking at it.
So can you hear me? Can you hear me, Nara? Because I can hear you guys.
Yeah, but when you're talking, I'm getting like a bunch of feedback. I don't know if that's just me. Okay, I think everyone is. I think you might have to mute yourself on the Zoom. I'm not the tech person. I'm just being the paranoid attorney. I don't want this discussion on broadcast.
Yeah, no, totally.
Drew, you're not muted on the Zoom.
I hung up my link on the city council. I hung it up. So I'm gonna dial in on my other computer.
I just did the same since you said I was echoing. I assume I'm
All right, Mr. Mayor, I believe we're ready to reconvene.
Okay, there we go. Can you hear me now? Cool, thanks. It was not allowing me to unmute myself. And so thank you. Okay, so thank you everyone who are joining us, who are still with us for this regular meeting of the Menlo Park City Council. Under agenda item E, we'll report out from closed session. I'd like to introduce City Attorney Nara Doherty to report out from today's closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is no reportable action as to agenda items D1 and D2. As to agenda item D3, pursuant to California Government Code Section 54957.1, approval by unanimous vote was given by the City Council to initiate an action. The particulars of the case will be disclosed to any person upon inquiry once the action has been formally commenced, unless doing so would jeopardize the city's ability to effectuate service of process or jeopardize the city's ability to conclude settlement negotiations.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that report out. With that, we'll turn to presentations and proclamations. And so, so I'm clear because I don't remember and it's not in my notes. Or do we do a public comment on the proclamations? And so should we? So then let's if it's okay, let's call for public comment now on the two items and presentations and proclamations, which are two proclamations, one recognizing Bike Month and the other recognizing Mental Health Month.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If members of the public would like to make public comment on either of the two proclamations, please raise your hand using the hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling into the meeting, you can press *9 to raise your hand. And our first speaker is Adina Levin.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Adina Levin, speaking on the Bike Month proclamation in my role as the chair of the Complete Streets Commission, wanting to thank the city for the work that it is doing to support and celebrate bicycling as a means of transportation and recreation, and the things that the city is doing to support the city's goals and strategies of Vision Zero, so that people of all ages and abilities can enjoy cycling as an environmentally beneficial form of transportation and a healthy form of recreation at all ages and all walks of life. Thank you very much.
All right, our next speaker is Karen Grove.
Good evening. I wasn't sure when to make this comment, but in honor of mental health proclamation, or in honor of mental health, at the Housing Commission meeting, we heard from Community Legal Services of East Palo Alto on what's affecting tenants. And we were alerted to the fact that the statewide eviction moratorium is set to expire at the end of June. And we asked, what could we do? And so I am speaking for myself. I'm referencing the Housing Commission meeting where I heard this information, but I'm speaking as myself. Number one thing would be, it would be great if the state passed a continuation of the eviction moratorium, and several cities are making statements of support to encourage that outcome. So that's something that you all could consider. Secondly, counties can do the same. And again, you can advocate for that with the County of San Mateo. And thirdly, we might want to prepare to pass our own emergency moratorium on evictions in Menlo Park. As I'm sure you know, the people who are at risk of eviction have the opportunity to draw on $2.9 million of federal funds to pay back rent to relieve their debt. And that works especially well if landlords are involved, because if landlords forgive 20% of the back rent, then they will be guaranteed by the state the 80% and the tenants pay a portion. Anyway, it's a very good deal, but it needs outreach and time. And so it would be a shame to not draw down those funds and have people get evicted. So extending the moratorium and doing outreach to make sure people can take advantage of that would be awesome. And just to point out that the people at greatest risk of eviction are essential workers. They tend to be disproportionately single-headed households led by women, mostly women of color. So there are children involved, huge, huge, huge outcomes on all sorts of health, especially mental health. So just putting that on your radar, and I hope we can do something proactive about it. Thanks.
All right, final call for public comment on either one of the proclamations for Mental Health Month or Bike Month. Mr. Mayor, I see no further public comments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Curtin. With that, I'll read through the two proclamations. I will start off with Bike Month. Recognizing May 2021 as Bike Month. Whereas National Bike Month was established in 1956 to recognize the month of May as an annual recognition of bicycling as a convenient, fun, popular, and healthy form of transportation in the United States. And whereas the city of Menlo Park acknowledges that bicycling to work or school is an integral commute mode in the multimodal transportation network, which alleviates traffic congestion, reduces air pollution, and decreases fuel consumption. And whereas bike to work and bike to school days have proven effective in promoting adults and children to bicycle and educating residents about the environmental importance of biking to work or school regularly. And whereas the city of Menlo Park encourages both its residents and visitors to bike to work or school in order to improve air quality and promote the health benefits of cycling. And whereas the city of Menlo Park Safe Routes to School program encourages children to bicycle and walk to school to develop lifelong skills and independence. And whereas the Bay Area will participate in the 10th annual National Bike to School Day on Wednesday, May 5th, 2021, and the 27th annual Bike to Work Wherever Day event on Friday, May 21st, 2021, partnering with local bicycle coalitions, public school districts, private schools, and nonprofit agencies in promoting a month-long message that bicycling is a fun, healthy, and environmentally viable form of transportation, even when practiced safely during the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Drew Combs, Mayor of the City of Menlo Park, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2021 as Bike Month in the City of Menlo Park. And so I'll now open it up if anyone on the city council would like to add, and I see Councilmember Willison's hands up. So we'll start with Councilmember Willison.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And I just want to promote Bike to Anywhere Day, which is May 21st. And this is the kind of bag you can receive. And I know these are super cool collector's items. This is from last year. So to get a bag, you need to register at the Silicon Valley Bike Coalition website, which is bikesiliconvalley.org, and sign up to pledge to ride during the month of May. And then you can visit an Energizer station to get one of these bags. So I just want to encourage everyone to do so. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Willison. Okay, if no other council comments, I'll move on to the next proclamation, which is recognizing May 2021 as Mental Health Month. Whereas mental health and freedom from substance abuse issues is fundamental to the overall health and well-being of all community members in San Mateo County, regardless of gender, race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, religion, or economic status. And whereas mental health and substance abuse conditions affects 1 in 4 adults in the United States in 2019, estimates suggest that 1 in 4 adults with a mental health condition are not receiving the help they need. And whereas mental health conditions are as treatable as other health conditions, and people who have mental health issues can recover and lead full, productive lives. And whereas stigma prevents many from seeking services and support, education and contact with those sharing stories of hope and recovery are key to reducing this stigma. And whereas in 2021, May Mental Health Month focuses on the theme on hashtag hope for change, the past year has brought unanticipated changes, leaving us to face these challenges and transform. Hashtag hope for change reminds us to spread hope and rely on the hope that carried us through a year of change. And whereas the San Mateo County Mental Health Month Planning Committee and partners have organized over 31 free virtual events that feature open mic, music, art, films, pets, children's stories, speaker panels, and more. And whereas the San Mateo County Behavioral Health and Recovery Services staff, community partners, and clients, consumers, and family members dedicate themselves to promoting wellness, resilience, recovery, inclusion, and equity around mental health issues, conditions and issues. And now therefore be it proclaimed, I, Drew Combs, Mayor of the City of Menlo Park, on behalf of the City Council and City, hereby designate the month of May 2021 as Mental Health Month, and calls upon the community members and partners to recommit to reducing stigma and promoting wellness around mental health issues in San Mateo County. With that, I'll open it up to any comments from council. Okay, well, it was an honor to be able to acknowledge both Mental Health Awareness Month and Bike Month in Menlo Park. And with that, we'll move on to item J on the agenda, public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the City Council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the City Council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Please clearly state your name and address or political jurisdictions in which you live. The City Council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the City Council cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. With that, I'll ask Mr. Curtin to call for public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If any members of the public would like to make public comment on the consent calendar items K1, K2, or K3, these cover the City Council minutes for April 20th and 27th.
Wait, Mr. Curtin, this is just a general public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not on the consent.
My
No worries.
mistake.
I make many.
Sorry, general public comment for items not on the agenda. Please use the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen. or press star 9 to raise your hand if you have dialed in. Last call for any general public comment on items not listed on the agenda. All right, Mr. Mayor, I see none.
All right, thank you, Mr. Curtin. And Mr. Curtin, all of us at some point have been called in the last minute to cover for a colleague. And so we have all been there. So no worries, whatever we can do to help you out, just let us know, because yeah, we've all been there. Okay, with that, I will move on to the consent calendar. Under the consent calendar, the city council may take action to approve routine business items in one motion unless a city council member, city staff member, or a member of the public requests that an item be discussed or continued to a later date. And so let's Mr. Curtin call for public comment on the consent calendar items, and then we'll come back to them.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So for items K1, City Council minutes for April 20th and 27th. Item K2, an agreement with HCL companies to provide transient occupancy tax administration and audit services and short-term rental transient occupancy tax enforcement. And item K3, the authorizing the creation of a subfund of the general fund titled one-time revenue. If any member of the public would like to make comment on these consent calendar items, please raise your hand using the hand feature on the lower portion of your screen, or press star 9 if you are calling in by telephone. All right, final call for public comment on the consent items. Items K1, K2, K3. All right, Mr. Mayor, I see none.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Curtin. And so initially, I know the Vice Mayor had asked that K1 and K2, I believe, be pulled. I think she has rescinded that ask. I think did Council Member Taylor ask for K3 to be pulled? She will not be able to rejoin the meeting until later. I'm inclined to entertain a motion of the council colleagues that are present. I see that the city manager has come on, and so are you going to provide some additional direction?
Just to confirm that it was Councilmember Taylor that pulled K3. So
I mean, or we can take up the other two items and maybe come back to that when she returns to the meeting. Vice Mayor Nash.
I was going to move, I was actually going to move on all three items, but if you think it's more appropriate, just two of the items to pass the consent calendar.
You know, I think it was, I would be okay with all three. I think that there was a question that she had, and so if it were substantive, I totally would say let's just do the two. But I think it was a minor question, which I think she'll be able to follow up with staff. Okay, so we have a motion from the Vice Mayor to approve the consent calendar. Is there a second? Councilmember Willison. Okay. All right. With that, Mr. Curtin, we can vote on the motion to approve the consent calendar.
All right. A motion to approve the consent calendar. Please vote. Councilmember Mueller.
Yes.
Councilmember Willison,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nash,
Yes.
and Mayor Combs.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously with Councilmember Taylor absent.
Thank you, Mr. Curtin. Okay, with that, we'll move on to the public hearing portion of the meeting. This public hearing is a formal proceeding held in order to receive testimony from all interested parties on a proposed issue or action. The issue or action under L1 is adopt resolution number 6625 approving rate increases for the next 5 years from the Menlo Park Municipal Water. Here to introduce the item is Assistant Public Works Director Chris Lamb.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council, Chris Lamb, Assistant Public Works Director. And if you give me just a second to share my screen, I have a very brief presentation to go over tonight. Also here with us tonight are Ann Bowie and Alberto Morales from Black and Beach, who prepared the rate study that is kind of the nexus of the water rates that we're hearing tonight, as well as Megan Burke from BSW, if there are any specific Prop 218 legal questions that we want to entertain. So the agenda for tonight, quickly just go over Menlo Park Municipal Water, the Prop 218 requirements, our proposed water rates, and then the noticing and protest procedures. So the requested direction tonight is to approve resolution 6625, approving the rate increases for the next 5 years, fiscal years 2022 to 2026 for Menlo Park Municipal Water. One thing to note is we are adopting the rates under the provisions of the Health and Safety Code, section 5471, which requires a 2/3 council approval. So it would be 4 votes, although I think we will probably need clarification from the city attorney if it's 2/3 of the present council members or 2/3 of the full council. So hopefully by the end of the presentation, we can get that clarification. If adopted, new rates will become effective for bills issued on or after July 1st and adjusted annually thereafter on July 1st for the following 4 years. So quickly, just another recap on Menlo Park Municipal Water. So we purchase 100% of our water from the SFPUC. We have approximately 4,400 service connections. We serve roughly half the city. The municipal water is a self-supporting enterprise fund, meaning that all the revenue that's collected through the rates are fund the operations and maintenance of the program, as well as capital improvements. And just to note that we have another item coming back to the council on May 25th to adopt the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan, which is a long-term supply and use study, and also our water shortage contingency plan, which is in regards to drought planning. So it's been a busy start to the year for the utilities group in Menlo Park. So some of the Prop 218 requirements, these are just really some high level requirements. There's a lot of detail that goes into this, but at the end of the day, we are looking to allocate costs fairly to all the customer classes. Rate revenue cannot exceed the funds that we need to provide the services. So we really take a balanced approach to understand what our expenses are and then build the rates from that. And rate revenue cannot be used for any purposes other than which it's imposed. So we can't apply the water revenue to general fund types of items in the city. The table to the right was included in the staff report. It shows kind of a breakdown of our projected water use for the upcoming year for the different customer classifications and the projected water revenue from those same classifications. So you can see we're pretty even across the board. It would be very difficult to get those to line up exactly under every type of any type of rate scenario. So the proposed water rates, these were discussed at 2 council meetings prior to tonight. At the end of the day, what we came to a conclusion on at the request of the council was to keep the same rates for all customers. The rates include a monthly meter charge based on the meter size a consumption charge based on the meter usage and broken into 3 tiers. We also have a separate capital surcharge based on meter use to fund CIP projects. We're also approving the drought surcharge. So this would be applied if the council declared a drought stage as outlined in the water shortage contingency plan, and it's based on meter use. When the council does declare a drought stage, those reductions apply to all customer types evenly. We're also updating our capacity charges, which are the one-time fees a new development or construction pays when installing a new or upgrading a meter connection. And so finally, on Prop 218 and the noticing and protests, so the rate noticing, the mailed notices were sent out to property owners and water customers to allow a 45-day period to review and protest prior to the public hearing. The notice showed the proposed rates over the next 5 years. Property owners or tenants may protest the rates. However, only one protest will be counted per parcel. Protests must contain the following 3 items: the name of the individual protesting, the address or APN of the associated parcel of the protest, and it should indicate that that there is opposition to the protests. So the rate notice provided these details as well as the where they should send those protests. So the city clerk is the holder of the official protests. So anything that was emailed or mailed to the city clerk is counted. As well, we also did count protests that we received through CCIN that met all these requirements. And then in the staff report, we also provided information on just the total amount of communication that was received through all the various avenues. So the city, the council would not be able to adopt the rates if we had more than 50 of the parcels protest. So there are 4,551 parcels in the Menlo Park service area. So that total, I had written it down, but as you can see, we're well below the threshold. So as of noon today, we had received eight protests that met the criteria above. Between 12 and 5, we found one more that had come in through the mail. So we're at 9 total protests, 2 from single family and 7 from multifamily. So with that, again, the action tonight is to adopt, to hold the public hearing. So following the presentation, we will hold the public hearing where any customer or property owner can verbally express their protests. They should include those same 3 bulleted items: their name, their address, and indicate that they are protesting the rate increases. And those will be tallied in addition to what we've received over the 45-day period prior to the public hearing. At the end of that, assuming that we don't have the necessary protests that would preclude us from proceeding forward, the council can adopt resolution 6625, approving the rate increases for the next 5 years. 2022 to 2026 for Menlo Park Municipal Water. And again, we're looking for a 2/3 council approval. So with that, that concludes the presentation, and hopefully we can potentially get some clarification on the 2/3 and then conduct the public hearing.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lamb. Let's go into the public hearing, and so, or I see the city attorney is on, so I'll let her address the vote total issue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the 2/3 voting requirement is 2/3 of the total body of the city council, as opposed to 2/3 present. So as you stated, Mr. Lamb, it would be a 4/5 vote that's required to pass the ordinance this evening. I'm sorry, it's not an ordinance.
It's late already.
Yeah. And so we knew what you meant. And so Councilmember Taylor has returned to the meeting, and so all council are present. And so so just want to make note of that. Okay, with that, I'm going to open up the public hearing and call on Mr. Curtin to call for public comment.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. If any members of the public would like to make public comment on item L1, the adoption of resolution number 6625, approving water rate increases for the next 5 years for Menlo Park Municipal Water, we ask that you engage the hand feature in the bottom of your screen. And if you're calling into the meeting, you can press *9 to raise your hand. Our first speaker is Anders Frisk.
Good evening. My name is Anders Frisk. I'm a resident of Menlo Park. Earlier, I have presented multiple examples of how the proposed water rates discriminate against families in multifamily housing. Tonight, I will just give you one more example to think about as you decide on the proposed rates. Was fairness even a goal? How do you explain the fairness in that the monthly water bill for a typical single-family home, 12 CCF, will go down by 7% for the first year, while a multifamily housing monthly bill, 6 CCF per family, that is half the volume of the single-family home, will go up by 17%. Think about it. Down 7% versus up 17% for half the volume. Perhaps more important than the numbers, why was only the single-family home example included in the notice for tonight's hearing? How do you think an apartment resident who doesn't receive an individual water bill will be able to make a comparison and express an opinion? Did everyone just forget about the families in multifamily housing? Please stop the discrimination. Stop the proposed water rates now and start over with rates and drought mitigation policies that treat all people equally. Here are some questions that I urge you to consider when you work on fair water rates and drought mitigation. Does tiered rates really result in lower water use? Are monthly water use reports that enable families to compare their water use to others in the community a better alternative? Can fair water conservation be achieved if you don't consider the water use per family? Please show that you are prepared to stand up against discrimination. Vote against the proposed water rates. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Frisk. Our next public comment is from Jay. Jay, if you're able to unmute yourself.
I hope you can hear me.
We can.
My name is Jay Siegel, and I'm a resident of Sharon Heights in the Menlo Park Water District. I've made my views on the proposed new water rates clear in previous comments to the council meetings, so there's no need for me to repeat them tonight. I actually wanted to commend the staff on the report they prepared, and I thought they would present tonight. Unfortunately, they did not present a very important table. I hope, and a paragraph they wrote, I really hope you council members read their report, not just the presentation. In the report, the staff is very straightforward and transparent, not in their presentation, on the issues surrounding the proposed new water rates, especially for they surveyed the rate structures of surrounding water districts and presented the results in a very eye-opening table 2 of their report. That table shows that 13 of our sister water districts recognize the issue of a single meter multifamily residence, and they figured out how to set fair and equitable rates. In paragraph following table 2, the report lays out an alternative. The council members can vote tonight for a 6-month postponement and redo the water rate study. While the staff recommends, the decision to postpone the rates is up to you, our council members. You were elected to stand up for families of all income levels in our fair city. I urge you to make the decision tonight that is right for all families in the Menlo Park Water District and postpone the new water rates. You know, it's never too late to do the right thing, and I urge you to do the right thing tonight. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your public comment. Final call for public comment on item L1, water rates. All right, Mr. Mayor, I see no further comments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Curtin. With that, we'll bring it back to the virtual dais. Are there questions for staff? We'll start off with that. Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, and I apologize. I'm having trouble with my mouse, which I told you guys about in closed session. So if there may be times this evening, I'm going to have a hard time clicking it. I have a question for staff in that so obviously we have this issue that has arisen, and logically it would seem to make sense that if there's one water meter at a multifamily residence, that the usage then of that residence would trigger a higher bill for all the people in there, especially if there's one meter and many units. How is that addressed, or how do we address that, or how do we explain, or is that even correct? Is there a mistaken assumption here that we're hearing in public comment?
So I guess probably the Councilmember Mueller, thank you for the question. You're correct in your statement that a multifamily, condominium or apartment complex, typically has a single meter that serves a number of units. I think the one way to explain the kind of why we're in this situation and what there are different remedies to it. The developers of any given parcel can elect how they want to meter and deliver water to their properties. So the city of Menlo Park and most water districts don't dictate that if it's a multifamily complex that you only get to have a single meter, and therefore you're going to have a larger meter charge because you have a large meter, and then the bill associated with it. So if these parcels wanted to install single household size meters and run the piping associated with those meters to every individual unit, they're more than welcome to do so. The developers of the projects typically don't elect to do that because one of the other items that we're adopting tonight are updating our capacity charges. So anytime we set a new meter, there's a capacity charge, and for example, I think both Mr. Frisk and Mr. Siegel are from the same condominium complex that has 57 units associated with it. So there would be 57 single individual meters that would have been set, and then all the associated piping onto the property with those 57 meters. So if that was the case, if they had elected to go that route, then they would be treated just like any other customer, metered customer, where they would receive a meter charge based on the size of their meter, and then pay the consumption charge according to the tiered rate. If that were the case, the cumulative developments, if you want to call it that, of the condominium would likely pay actually a higher overall water bill than as a combined service.
Is that because of a one-time cost, or is that something that would be the case in every billing cycle?
It would be the case in every billing cycle. So typically what happens is those, if they were 57 single family meter sized meters, that flat charge is quite a bit more than the single combined service meter charge that the developments are paying now.
So is what you're saying that if each one of those units had its own meter, then it would be more expensive, even taking into account the increased consumption costs that they're going to be charged as a result of there being, because I can't imagine with 57 units on one meter, I think they're going to jump into the highest tier pretty quickly.
That's correct.
So are you saying that in the highest tier with their average consumption, if you add in the cost of the meter, then the cost of the meter at what would be the normal offsets what the cost would be without?
Correct.
Now, the other question I have is it possible, because it's still hard to say from a policy matter, we're going to charge people for water more on a consumption basis. So the question has to be asked, is there a way that within our billing system, we can identify multifamily complexes and then account for how many units there are in determining what the consumption rate is?
So I guess I'll answer this question kind of in two parts. The first part, technically, yes, I think we could figure out a way to do that. So there are some multifamily accounts where I think we actually do not have all of the counts of how many residences there are behind them. So we'd have to go figure that part out. We'd also have to work with our billing contractor to make sure that they can do these calculations, but with software, it should be able to be done. If we were going to go that route, though, we would need to redo the rate study. And the reason being is we would be effectively selling the same amount of water quantity-wise, but we would be selling more of it in different tiers, right? So we would be selling more tier 1 water, more tier 2 water, and less tier 3 water. So our revenues would be off. So we would need to essentially rerun the rate study to understand how much revenue we're going to collect in each of those tiers, and then adjust essentially the dollar value of each of those tiers to make sure that we're collecting enough revenue for the enterprise fund.
And let's say that, as frustrating as it would be for you, the council opted to do that this evening. What does that look like?
So I think the first step obviously would be to get that direction from the council tonight. We would need to amend our agreement with Black & Veatch to do this work. So that would also take a council action. So we'd likely try and come back at the very next meeting once we understand what that cost is going to be. And then at that point, we would need to obviously redo the rate study. And then from that point, we would pretty much follow the same schedule we've been on since March at this point. So in early March is when we presented the rate study and got the blessing from the council to finalize it with the 3-tier rate structure and issue the Prop 218 notices. At that point, we issue the Prop 218 notices, wait 45 days to have a public hearing, and then adopt the resolution, and then also with following that some time for our billing contractor to be able to implement those. So that's where in the staff report, staff represented that as a 5 to 6 month effort to do that if we wanted to change course tonight.
And would we be out of any sort of compliance in doing that?
We would not be out of any type of compliance. We would the other piece that would need to be taken into consideration is that we would have missed out, I guess, if you want to call it that, on collecting at the increased rate for 4 or 5 months at that point, if we were going to have these rates go into effect July 1st. So we would need to account for that and the necessity to make that up in a shorter time period for this upcoming year. So the 5% annual rate increases that you see as part of as what's presented in the rate study right now and on the rate notice, the first year would likely be a little bit higher than that to account for continuing at our current rates for a few more months.
And the dollar, so we would make that up in the billing, what that was. But the dollar, so then what would the dollar amount cost be to redo the study? What's the cost that's not recouped?
So we've redone the rate study once already. So we started this process in December of 2019, put the rate study on hold in early 2020 because of the pandemic, and then had to update it with the new fiscal year information at that time. And I believe that amendment was around $20,000 to $22,000. So something probably similar in nature to that.
So it would cost us $20,000 to $22,000. Okay. Those are the questions I have. I'll pass to my colleagues for theirs.
Yeah, before we go to Councilmember Willison, Mr. Lamb, just so I'm understanding, if you go to a system by which a tiered system for multifamily by which you're taking into account the number of units on a parcel, you still don't actually know how much water a specific unit used, correct? You're essentially like, if there are 50 units and there's so much usage, you're just sort of taking that average, right? And the extent to which there's a percentage of that average that's in tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3, you're just sort of equally applying it across all of those units. But again, if I'm in unit 1 and let's say I'm away for a month and use no water, right? In unit 2, as a 5-family household, we would still essentially be paying the same bill, right? It would just be an average, right? So unlike the single family home context, we really aren't getting at exactly what was used in a household unit. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mayor Combs. Yes, that's correct. And I would also add to that, if we looked at apartment buildings, in the same context as condominiums, which they are in the multifamily classification, we also don't know how many are vacant at any given time. So they would be getting basically an assumed number of units that would have essentially the tiers applied to them. If I'm understanding Councilmember Mueller's recommendation. or suggestion.
And then thanks for that additional information. And then my second question, I'll pass it on to Councilmember Willison, is that it seems, I mean, based on your table on table 2, though, our approach is not the common approach. It does seem like other jurisdictions within BOSCA have taken an approach that allows for greater flexibility when dealing with multifamily situations. Is there a reason why we're seemingly a little out of step with some of our BOSCA cohorts?
So I would say it's water rates vary greatly across all agencies. So that's a table of the BOSCA agencies. I think some other things to keep in mind would be right now a single family home that has a duplex, for example, or an ADU, for example, has essentially 2 dwelling units that are being built on a single meter. In this case, they are being treated equally to the multifamily customer classification. So I think there's merits to the way that we do it over other agencies, and obviously there's merits to the way other agencies do this over the way Menlo Park has been doing it. But I don't think you can say there's a right or wrong way to go about the rate structure. It really does depend on the on each agency and their unique characteristics.
Thank you, Councilmember Willison.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And I was going to be asking about the table 2 also with the BOSCA. So is there, given the makeup of our community, which is about 50% multifamily units, was there then, how much was that factored into which type of structure? I remember when we had I believe it was a study session, we were kind of talking a lot about consumption and conservation. And that was kind of the framework that I think a lot of us were applying to how to think about it. But was the assumption, was the makeup of our community being about 50% multifamily, was that, how much did that factor into what type of structure we ended up with?
So the study session, Councilmember Wilson, that you're referring to was in February of this year, where staff presented a few different options of things that we could either keep the same or change in the rate structure. So essentially we had the tiered rates for all the customer classifications. The staff did present options of if we wanted to look at flat rates for non-single family residential. I don't think we, as the council and staff together, really got into this discussion of why we should be changing or sticking with the rates as they were. I think probably the general feeling was that there weren't any issues with the existing rates. That was at least my impression from the council discussion. So I think that's about the extent of those discussions.
So given the concerns expressed by Mr. Frisk and Mr. Siegel and others, kind of if we went back in time, if we had raised kind of their concerns, is there a different structure that would have best addressed their concerns? Or are they all just half dozen, 6?
Well, Councilmember Wilson, I think at the end of the day, so the table that I presented in the presentation tonight, which shows the cost allocation to the different customer classes, at the end of the day, you know, if we do change any type of rate structures, that table is kind of one of the checks that we use to make sure that the rate structure is fair and equitable to all the different customer classes. So every customer class, you know, should be essentially paying in their fair share as compared to the consumption of water that's used. So whether we keep the rate structure as is, or whether we change the rate structure one way or another, we're going to look to rebalance those rates and those meter charges such that at the end of the day, the multifamily classification is still paying their share of the water rates. So how we get there is what would change, but at the end of the day, we would still be getting to a rate structure that where they're paying roughly the same amount. If we did something different that caused them to pay less than their fair share, then we're going to be asking for other customer classes to essentially take on the burden to get to the right bottom line number that it takes to manage the water system.
Thank you, Mr. Lamb. And I just want to say that I know I think several of us might have spent a lot of time doing calculations, communicating with staff, communicating with the city attorney and the special city attorney who's a water rate specialist, and the consultants who look at water rates. And the key kind of policy framework that I'm looking at is, does this penalize multifamily dwellers? Because that I don't want to do that. And I have a feeling that none of my colleagues want to do that. And the resounding answer that I'm getting, if you actually look at the numbers, is no, and that it is fair. So so I am, at this point, I'm not a water rate specialist, and there are many that we've consulted with. And so I kind of have to trust our professional staff and guidance on this. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Willison. Really quickly before I go to the Vice Mayor, I just want to make sure I'm understanding table 2 correctly. So when you say that like 18 BOSCA agencies have tiered rate for single family customers, what are those customers or those BOSCA agencies doing with regards to multifamily customers? I'm sure it's just my confusion, but is the table sort of mutually exclusive of all the agencies in BOSCA only count at once, or is there overlap? And so in that table,
there is overlap in the table.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, totally fair. Thanks. And that could have been totally clear, and I just missed it. Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. I have 2 questions, and the first is, Mr. Lamb, we've corresponded a fair amount about this, and you've shared with me tables where you compare the one's combined service with a single family service. So basically looking at the same water consumption for a family and comparing whether or not what it would be if they were in a single family home with one water meter compared to their use, the same level of use as a single family in multifamily residence. Can you share the table that you have shared with me? Because it does, my understanding is you have done this work, and that it is a fair and equitable system.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. Are you looking for me to like share that up on the screen right now?
I think it would be very beneficial for everybody to see it and realize what work you have done to go into this, and perhaps walk a little bit. My understanding is that it's really the monthly meter charge that makes a big difference in equalizing the water rates. In that the water rates, if you look at the given family's charge, by the time you go through the water rates, there may be a sizable difference, but when you add the proportion of the meter, monthly meter charge, which is 100% for a single family home, and a portion of that for multifamily, that's where everything sort of equalizes out.
If I could, before you talk, Mr. Lamb, and because I only want to offer this pushback, because I think, Vice Mayor, you and I are looking at this the same. But in fairness to the counter argument, I think that those residents are not saying that they want individual meters, right? And so they're not saying assume that meter cost. What they're saying is that they want the city to sort of structurally create a system by which they get accounted for as if they had a meter, right? But they don't actually have one. So and so that's what they're asking. And so Mr. Lamb's analysis, you know, if I'm making their argument, I'd say, well, it's based on a false premise. It's based on this premise that I can have a tiered system only if I have my own meter. And the city has the ability through its billing to essentially create a kind of faux tier system for me and my, you know, fellow multifamily unit owners. And so I just think it's and again, if my analysis is wrong, please point that out, Mr. Lamb. But I do think that that's a fair point on their part, that they're saying that, like, okay, you go now.
So I think where I'm coming from is, at the end of the day, what is the bottom line? And it doesn't matter how you get there. And so there are two different ways to get there, but with the current rate structure, at the end of the, you know, at the bottom line, what an individual family pays on a monthly basis for the same level of water use is very, very similar, whether you're in a single family home or you're in a single home within a multifamily structure. And to me, how you get there, as long as at the end of the day, you're not having tremendously different water, total water bills, that is where I find it fair. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Again, like I say, I think we're looking at this the same, but I do want to make sure that, like, again, because we're not going to take public comment again, that I'm sure that Mr. Frisk and Mr. Siegel would say that there is a presumption you're making that they wouldn't make in the process to get them to a lower water bill.
Very honestly, could you explain it one more time then? Because maybe I don't understand it.
I think that, and again, and I will try to explain it and go to Councilmember Mueller, who maybe can explain. So if I understand it, Mr. Lamb's analysis is based on a certain sort of fixed charge that every single family dwelling pays because of their individual meter, right? And so, and what he is saying is that, like, if the multifamily unit doesn't pay the entirety of that fixed cost for the meter, it gets split up into however many essentially units are a part of that or feeding into that meter. And so what he is saying, that if you sort of factor in, if you then go to each of those different multifamily units and you sort of attribute to them the cost of an individual meter, then the outcome is better for them in the current system than in that system, because they're being charged for an individual meter. But they're not going to, what as I understand it, Mr. Siegel and Mr. Frisk are proposing are not a system by which they have to go out and get individual meters, but they want to get the benefit of having an individual meter by being subject to the tier system on an individual basis. And so that means that if you're in a parcel that has 50 units, instead of sort of like the first however many units of water getting tier 1 and then tier 2, you'll take the entirety of the amount of water that was consumed on that parcel, and then you'll distribute it on an average across all of those units. And then on an individual basis, you'll sort of say, like, however much of that is in tier 1, they get a tier 1 rate, and however much of that is in tier 2, they'll get tier 2, and however much of that is in tier 3. And so you can, enact and implement that system without then again porting over the actual cost of having an individual water meter, which I assure you they don't want to pay to get put in place. Now, you could say that then seems to be unfair to the single family, and that is a valid argument.
Well, and not only that, it's, you have two sides of the water. It's the water itself, and it's also the water delivery. And so I believe that the water meter is actually handling the portion of the cost that is the water delivery. And so it's, somehow someone has to pay that.
Yeah, totally fair. Councilmember Mueller.
And be in a different place, I think, than the rest of you tonight, because I actually have been won over by the argument. And I know it might be frustrating for staff if I won the day this evening that we'd have to do it over again, but it happens, and it's not for me, it's not a comment on staff's work. It's actually more a comment on my policy work. So at the end of the day, we charge for water by a consumption rate. And so because we charge for water by a consumption rate, it's difficult for me to say that I'm going to charge someone in a single family home less on consumption rate, even though they're getting a surcharge or a capital charge for the water meter. And I'm going to charge people in multifamily homes more for their consumption, even though they've escaped that capital charge, that capital surcharge. So I just, I think that when you live in a multifamily home, it comes with savings. And so it's hard for me to think that if I'm going to implement a rate that I'm going to be charging per consumption, I'm going to say to someone who lives in a multifamily home, I'm going to charge you more for each bit of water you get because you chose to live in a multifamily home and you don't have a water meter. Just doesn't sit well with me. So for that reason, I actually would, even though it's incredibly frustrating for staff, I'm sure, and I accept full responsibility for that. I actually won't be supporting the rates because I think I really believe the right thing to do is to redo them, figure out how you charge at the correct consumption basis for a multifamily home resident.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Mueller. So I'm going to go to Councilmember Willison, and then I'm going to go to Councilmember Taylor before I come back to you. But
I never got my second question.
Okay,
and
okay,
the first one ever answered.
okay.
Your
No,
hand.
then go. Okay, go.
Sorry. So I will leave it up to Mr. Lamb whether or not he feels it would be beneficial at this point. I don't know, to show that chart. So that's my first question. My second question was if it's appropriate going to Black and Veatch and actually asking whether this is a situation they have been in before. I would imagine the answer is yes, and how they answer it and how they have handled it with other customers. And then that was it.
Okay, totally fair.
So on the first question, I think it's probably not beneficial to share the table for the reasons that the mayor shared and Councilmember Mueller's stance on things already. On the second question, we do have Ann Bowie here from Black and Veatch, so I think maybe we can get their experience on how multifamilies have been handled in other areas.
Thank you, Mr. Lamb. Good evening, Mayor and council members. This is Ann Bowie with Black and Veatch. So, and I apologize for not coming on camera. My camera broke, and I think it's because I dropped my computer too many times. But at any rate, yes, we do encounter a lot of issues when it comes to the multifamily class for a number of reasons. Mr. Lamb is correct in terms of the calculations and explaining some of the benefits. I do think there's one thing that I would like to point out. We do not know, because there isn't a sub-metering, separate meters behind the master meter for a multifamily residence, as the mayor has pointed out, exactly what every unit uses in terms of water consumption. Right. And so you are correct that we would have to be taking an average and applying it. And, there's going to be some inequity as a result of that, obviously, if you are away. and you're still being charged for usage that you actually didn't use. However, I think from an administrative standpoint for the city of Menlo Park, one of the issues that we would encounter that would create a little bit of a problem here with respect to a rate structure is that getting the number of units per multifamily property is not the issue. It's knowing how many of them are actually occupied every month. That can vary. That becomes a little bit more of an issue. And in all fairness, it's not just the ones, and obviously we'd have to do that for every single one, including the renters as well as those that are owned, such as the condo facilities. Yes, Mr. Councilmember.
Well, actually, Ms. Bree, I don't want to, because there's other council member I want to go to before going back to Mr. Mueller. So, or Councilmember Mueller. So yeah. So yeah, if you're done with your point, then
yes,
okay,
please.
totally good. Then I want to go to Councilmember Willison, and then I want to go to Councilmember Taylor, and then we can go back to Councilmember Mueller.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. First, Mayor Combs, I just want to say thank you. I've been looking at this water stuff for a while now, and you articulated amazingly well what the situation is, or what the desire is of this unit that we have heard from. I was trying to figure out what the disconnect was, and I had like a massive light bulb moment when you were talking about that premise, about how they kind of want both not having each meter separate and having the tiered system. And that was kind of an aha moment. So to Mr. Siegel's point, it's never too late to like admit that you didn't understand something and that you wanted, I really appreciate that. Given that, and given the kind of the low, at least nominal cost of doing another study, my questions now have to do with staff time and administration to what the consultant, Ms. Bowie, was saying, I've had to administer, if we were to go down and do another rate study, what the impact would be on staff timing, on resources, on and on the ability going forward to administer this potentially more complex rate structure. So that's now that Mayor Combs like gave me that aha.
Thank you, Councilmember Wilson. I think from staff's perspective, if we wanted to change the rate structure at this point, staff's recommendation would actually probably be to go to a flat rate for the non-single family residences. To the points that Ms. Bowie made on how to keep track on how many multifamily units are active at any given time. It's something that our staff probably isn't going to be able to keep on top of, and that's I think that's why the other agencies that primarily don't have our rate structure look at a flat rate for anything that's non-single family residential.
So can you walk us down what that impact, like what is that going to look like for multifamily and for single family in terms of what the bills are going to look like and who's going to?
Well, so I mean, with the rate study adjustments, we would need to obviously look at all of the it's basically going through the whole process again of once we have our baseline expenses that we need to ensure that we're covering. We know how much water each customer classification is going to use, and so from there developing whether it's tiered rates for some types of customers or flat rates for others, finding those appropriate values to to apply to the different customers to again, make sure they're paying their share and achieve the overall goal of funding the system.
Okay. All right, I'm sorry, Councilmember Wilson, did you have an additional follow-up? Okay, Councilmember Taylor, did you, I just want to make sure you have the opportunity. If you don't have any questions or any comment at this point, totally fine.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I actually am very interested in Ms. Bowie's response to the question about the last question that she was left with, how many that are occupied, how many occupying a unit can vary. And then she was about to respond to that, I believe.
Yeah, totally fine. I think I'm sure I cut her off. So Ms. Bowie.
It's okay.
Oh, no.
I'll
No.
follow up after I get the response.
So I think the comment of how many occupied, not the number of people in any given unit, but how many units in any given development are occupied versus vacant at any given time is the challenge.
Okay, thank you for that. And so, Councilmember Taylor, do you want to follow up now? Yeah, I see your hand is up. So.
So then my follow-up question, thank you, Mayor Combs, is then how do you bill? Ms. Bowie? Or was that Mr. Lamb that responded?
So,
Mr. Lamb, do you want to take that?
So that would be the challenge is if we're looking to apply tiered rates and say, you know, let's say it's a 100-unit development, just because that makes the math really easy. 100-unit development, and we're saying that, you know, they essentially get credit for 100 tier 1 allocations. So the first 600 units of water that would be used by that development would have the tier 1 rate applied. The next 600 units of water would have the tier 2 rate applied, and then anything above and beyond that would be at the tier 3 rate. I think that's essentially what the petitioners are looking for, and then to essentially be only be charged the meter charge that is associated with the meter size that they have that serves the property. I think what the concern is that in any given month of use, what we don't know is whether or not those 100 units are all actually rented out or occupied. So that's where there's a challenge.
Thank you, Mr. Lamb. Councilmember Taylor, if you didn't have anything additional, then I'll go to Councilmember Mueller.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I don't have anything additional at this time.
Councilmember Mueller. You're muted.
I'm sorry, Ms. Bowie and Mr. Lamb, but I just find that argument to be a complete red herring. So stepping back a moment, if you're saying that let's imagine there's a 10% vacancy rate, 100 units. And so now you're charging, and so there's 90 units, okay? And those 90 units are gonna be off by they're gonna get charged that extra 10%, okay? They're still getting divided by 9, they're still getting divided by 100. And it should be 90, but they're getting divided by 100. And then, so let's imagine they're overpaying that 10%. Well, that's better than paying by a factor of 90, which is versus the 1 meter. Like I mean, they're still getting the discount of the 90 that they wouldn't have had on the consumption rate. So I don't understand why, like if I'm one of the 100 or if I'm one of the 90 who's in the building and you're saying to me, well, I'm really sorry, but you're going to get charged for, an extra, for the extra 10% that, we're you're going to get charged extra, but that little nominal, as opposed to you're going to get charged at the highest rate for everyone. I'm going to say, it's okay, I'll take up a little bit of extra. Like, it's still a huge discount versus what they would have been on the consumption rate. So I don't find that to be, candidly, to even make that argument actually means that there is equity within looking at what the consumption rate should be. Because what you're saying is, well, for that, we can't charge them that extra 10% once the meter's gone. So you're saying it's a valid point then that they shouldn't be being charged more than what their consumption is. And so the answer to that isn't, okay, well then what we're going to do is we're just going to move to a system where we charge you at a higher consumption rate total for everyone accumulated. The answer to that is, once you've accepted that value is actually important, the answer is we're going to try to get you as close as possible. So the fact that we would make the argument that we might end up overcharging people for vacant apartments, and I'm not even sure how that would be. Because it would, or undercharging. I guess we'd be undercharging them by 100, right? I'm not even sure, but you're still so much closer to what it would be.
So if I may, council member, there's a few points to I understand what you are saying.
Mm-hmm.
The issue, and that what we raised there, is a matter of, yes, they might be slightly undercharged or slightly overcharged, right? If the occupancy rate is different. But the problem is that we have to treat all customers to the best of our ability in the same manner. And knowingly, if we know that there is a difference in occupancies, I could potentially legally be putting myself into a dangerous position. And I'm just putting it out there. I'm not saying that it's right, wrong, or indifferent. I'm just saying that the basis of the approach really is that we are trying to the best of our ability to treat everybody in the same manner. Now, the fact that we might be able to do something in terms of on a per unit basis, I am just raising the fact that these are issues that I have seen at other cities and communities. And you still have to address that from an administrative standpoint. Now, the fact that we have one meter, whether it's a 6-inch meter or an 8-inch meter, that would then get theoretically split across 100 units, doesn't even come close to covering the administrative costs that then would be incurred by city administration to bill on a per unit basis. And that creates another issue. But overall, we can try to come up with something. I'm just saying that we have to be careful that we treat every customer class then in the same manner.
I agree with you, but then well, I guess the disconnect for me is then, why is that emphasized in this scenario as opposed to the scenario that we're being provided with, where we're going to be treating multifamily home owners, where we know we're going to be treating them differently than single family homeowners and what they get charged on the consumption rate?
The difference
why does it
go ahead.
In the consumption cost?
Well, with respect to the consumption cost, they're being charged in the same fashion as everybody else. The difference is that we do not have the data to individually charge them the appropriate amount of usage. That's what it comes down to. We would be guessing at an average, which may or may not be correct. That would be the best that we could do. Now, that was not the direction that we received, to be very honest, and that's why we have what we have. I'm not saying that that's not something that could not be done, but it's something that we would have to, reassess to make sure. And we asked about what the other administrative issues that are associated with that. And those are the issues that I have seen at other communities.
I appreciate it, Ms. Boo, and I
Yeah,
appreciate
thank
your,
you. Mhm.
I appreciate your answers and thank you.
You're welcome.
And yeah, in fairness to staff and the consultants, right, the approach has been is not consumption, but it is the customer is the water meter, essentially. That has been their approach. And for us, obviously, water meters are not constituents. we don't hear from individual water meters, right? And so the idea that you have one water meter that services 51 water meter, which in and of itself has the same rates as every other water meter in tiering as every other water meter in the system, is again like one way to look at it. Again, on the other side of that water meter are different situations. In one situation, it could be a single family home. In another situation, it could be a large multi-unit complex. One thing I did want to point out, and then I know Ms. Nagaya came on, and so I'll go to her, and then I do want to just see again where we stand here, is that to Mr. Lamb's point, when someone is developing a parcel, as I understand it, they are not forced to do a multi-unit parcel. They're not forced to do just one water meter. They make a decision. They make a certain bet that there are certain benefits to having one meter, and so they do one meter, right? And so in theory, they benefit from that in a sense, essentially in the form of less infrastructure cost, and that benefit ultimately is passed on to the people who purchase those multifamily units or people who rent them, because the construction costs, the development costs were less, because they only had to have infrastructure in relation to one water meter. So it's interesting that like some years later, people who have benefited from that lack of infrastructure now want the benefit of having the infrastructure, even though the developer of their units didn't incur the cost. They made a bet that they wanted only one water meter for that parcel. And they had to understand that then that meant that parcel and everyone on that parcel was going to be treated in the respect of having one unit. And so I do think to some degree it's disingenuous to come along and say that well, we're being discriminated against, which was actually a phrase that came up in public comment. No, the developers of your housing complex made a certain bet. It was a financial bet. And there are certain costs and benefits to that bet. Now, some years later, you want to come along and say that oh no, even though certain costs were saved, I want all the benefits as if those costs had been incurred. And I do think for me, even though I think it's interesting that Councilmember Willison said, I explained this to her, that my explanation, we're still ending up on separate sides of this argument. And again, that's where I come back. I know you want to respond to that, Councilmember Mueller, so I'll let you respond, and then I'll go to Ms. Nagaya. And then, like I said, that's my final comment on this, and we'll just see where we are.
Mayor, you know how much I respect you, that we sort of disagree on this one, because I think when people move into a multifamily unit, they're not thinking about, I'm moving into this to save costs on infrastructure. And I don't think they're even thinking about the person who built it. I think they're thinking, this is where I can afford to live. And and so when they move into it, I don't think they're thinking, and I think implicit in that, they're not thinking, and I'm going to get charged more per water consumption because the person who built this 30 years ago saved on a water meter. So.
Yeah, totally fair. Councilmember Willison and then Ms. Nagaya.
Yeah, Mr. Lamb or maybe Ms. Bowie, I'm looking at, and Mr. Lamb, you had referred to table 1 as kind of the proportion of water usage and the projected revenue kind of evening out. So if we kind of fulfilled this concept of dividing by the number of units in these multifamily dwellings, then the water usage would stay the same, but the revenue would go down significantly, and that would have to be made up by other classes, and then we'd be out of balance. Can you walk me through what would happen to this chart and how, because this seemed to be like an important part of the water structure rate study. So it seems like if we tinker with it, is that going to skew it, and what implications does that have on like Prop 218 and whatnot?
Right. Thank you, Councilmember Willison. Yeah, that was the point of sharing that table, and I can bring it back up onto the screen if that's helpful for any of the council members. But I think essentially with some of the potential direction that we're getting here tonight, it would be very difficult to develop a rate structure that where the multifamily customers would end up paying, their share in accordance with the water that's used. And if that's the case, then those costs are going to be borne by the other customer classes. Like I'll tell you right now that essentially the tier 1 rate is likely going to increase if we make this kind of change.
Yeah, I mean, it'd have to, because there's going to be more tier 1 consumption.
Right.
And it all has to balance in the end. So, I'm sorry, Councilmember Willison, were you done, or did you want to continue her?
So then the revenue, we'd get the revenue from the multifamily because they'd be paying more in tier 1 then? Or how does that chart end up looking if we go down the path that we've been talking about going down?
Yeah,
maybe it's getting late. I'm just like.
And just so I can understand, what path are we going down? Are we going down a path where multifamily customers are subject to a flat rate? Are we going down a path where we're actually trying to create a tiering structure?
Yeah, I think we're going down lots of paths. I think the path I was referring to is the Councilmember Mueller's concept of this tiered thing, but I'm all over the place, to tell you the truth.
And I'll say I think that's going to be incredibly complex and challenging to implement. With all respect, I saw Assistant City Attorney come on, so I'm going to go to her and then to Councilmember Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just wanted to speak up on this. Doing it where you would have a multifamily where you're actually charging them for consumption based on how many units there are. It's possible that you can do that, and it's possible that you can make that legal. It is pretty rare for me to see something like that because of the administrative issues that have been raised. The first is that you have to find out how many units are in each multifamily development. But then there's also the fact that you can't actually, because it's not sub-metered, you don't know what the usage is per dwelling unit. So you're really just charging an average. So you're not really getting at the core of Prop 218 by charging even more proportionate rates per dwelling unit. So there are a lot of administrative hurdles. So I don't know, I mean, I can't speak for the consultants or staff because they're really the experts there. I'm just the one that comes in and sees if it's reasonable at the end. But I can see, I don't know that anyone can say for sure, based if that were the direction that we have the data that we need and that we could do a rate structure that would comply with Prop 218. I think that we can look at it and that other cities have done this. So it's not that this has never been done before, but there's a lot of unknowns there that we would have to look at. And I'll just finally say that the way that Prop 218 is set up is that it's needs to be proportionate per parcel. Each rate charged per parcel has to be proportionate. It's not actually designed necessarily to equate to dwelling units. That's not to say that you couldn't take that approach. But the way that it's set up here by saying it per meter, per parcel, any parcel can have their own meter if they choose. You are on the face doing it proportionately per parcel. And then I guess I'll just say one last thing in terms of multifamily, usually the way that it's treated is that you would have, like, the most common way of approaching this is to just have tiered rates only for single family and not for commercial or multifamily. I think that having them across the board is, achieves Proposition 218's objective of being proportionate for everyone. And so I think that's a good approach. But the most common way of dealing with this issue with multifamily is to just have a flat rate for multifamily and the other customer classes and have it be a tiered rate for single family, or to do just a flat rate for multifamily. That seems to be the way that this issue, when it comes up, is addressed most commonly in my experience.
And then just one quick follow-up. So is there not an inequity with regards to like a parcel being under sort of a flat rate structure and another parcel being under a tier rate structure?
No. Again, you have to structure it properly to make sure of that. But the flat rate is usually some hybrid of the tiered rates, and there's an acknowledgement. And again, maybe a consultant can answer this a little bit better than I can, but there's an acknowledgement that it's easier for single family to look at what their water consumption is and to change that water consumption in response to the tiered rates. Whereas like that consumption signaling isn't as effective if you're just really like dealing with 50 units and it's really the average consumption. So, you're not necessarily going to use less because your rate isn't getting changed based on the consumption rate for each individual dwelling. So the average always ends up, I think we come back to that table 1 in the staff report, that is the check to make sure that proportionality is there, that each customer class is paying essentially equal to what their consumption is.
Cool. Thank you. Councilmember Mueller.
I'm fine with the flat rate for multifamily and tiered for single family. The reason why the tier 1 is going to go up is because the multifamily folks, once you charge them what their consumption is or try to get close to it, because they would have been charged in the higher rate much more quickly. We're not going to be getting those dollars at that higher rate. And so because of that, less money will be collected and has to be made up. And so the tier 1 has to rise. The fact that even happens again, for me, is one of the reasons why I would like to move to a different, what I think is a more equitable way of doing this. Once we really got into this, I just don't buy the argument that we would do it this way because of the water meter, with the water meter fee. If they had water meters, they'd be paying the same. Like, they don't have water meters. and candidly, if you look at it from a perspective that single family home users, look, single family homes have more yards. They have more things to water outside than multifamily homes. And so it makes more sense that tier 1 probably should rise as compared to having that be supplemented by multifamily homeowners. So I'm fine with moving toward a flat rate toward multifamily homeowners. I understand that that'll probably be, some balance between what those tiers would look like on an average consumption. And then we'll get to the heart of where we can apply that tiered rate.
Okay, thanks. So Councilmember Mueller is for going back, doing another water rate study in which we look in which again we retain tiered for single family, but adopt something in the form of a flat rate for multifamily. I'm in favor of sticking with a staff recommendation of a tiered rate for single family and or tiered rate across all residential parcels. Council members Willison, Vice Mayor Nash, and Councilmember Taylor, where are you guys landing on this? I think Councilmember Willison, you seemed prepared to. Sorry, I feel like sometimes I always go back to you as we're like.
Well, I don't know if I'm prepared for it. I have another question for Mr. Lamb. I'm sorry. So for our friends, Mr. Siegel and Mr. Frisk, what is most favorable? Like, what is the difference in what their bill would look like in a generality? I know you don't know specific numbers, but for the flat rate multi versus sticking with the, I mean, are we just going round and round and it's basically we're like this close anyway, like it doesn't really make a material difference? Or because that to me would drive whether it's worth it to go through another 6 months of this and all the costs and hassle if at the end of the day we end up at the exact same place.
Right. At the end of the day, it should be relatively close. I think with any rate structure change, there's going to be winners and losers based on like any individual properties, usage. So we have not even started.
So I guess who are the winners and who are the losers?
I can't tell you that right now,
Okay.
Councilmember Wilson. We didn't get even anything close to like ballparking what those impacts are.
Vice Mayor Nash, where are you landing here?
I am still on the fence. Basically, I came into this as, well, and I guess I still believe that there's no good answer and that the current rate structure does an adequate job. And I don't know that we can get any further. I am not against looking more. I don't think we're going to end up with a better answer. I personally, well, and we did not have, I mean, we had some people who are very concerned, but it was a small handful of people. So I guess I would be happy to stay with the current structure as it is.
Yeah. And again, we don't know what that flat rate would be, but it's not going to be tier one. Like, right, it's going to be something higher than tier one. It has to be something higher than tier one. But then of course, what tier one is will change also. I appreciate that. City Manager Jerome Robinson, and then I'm giving you a heads up. I'm going to go to Councilmember Taylor after the City Manager.
All right, thank you, Mayor Combs. So, I mean, however we approach this, I think our consultants have determined that multifamily uses 11.9% of the water. And so they need to pay something close to 11.9% of the costs, right? So however it's structured, and as Mr. Lamb said, there will be some who pay a little bit less and some who pay a little bit more, but however we structure it, we still need to capture in total the same amount of revenue, more or less, for multifamily. So just if it's apples to apples, nobody's, the cost of the water bill is not going to substantially change from what we've projected. If that's, I don't know, does that, hopefully that helps. We have to structure it in a way that we capture the same level of revenue.
Thank you. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And I appreciate the city manager just coming out, because that just, it just says everything. It actually just directly. Initially, I was actually going to vote no, on the staff's recommendation. And that is based on some concerns that I have about raising rates at a time like now. There's a few ballot measures that are going to be coming out. I just see this as not being a time to raise rates for folks. People are in situations that we're unaware of. However, I do understand why the rates are being raised. It's something that happens every 5 years. There were a few questions that I reached out to staff about that was expressed by at least one of my constituents. And one of them was actually, has the city ever lowered the water rates? And at this time, Mr. Lamb said that he wasn't aware of any time that they were lowered, but there was something in the staff report that said that the city has the latitude to lower the rates. But I don't know if they've ever been lowered. But just thinking about a time like now, some people just don't have the means to increase any expenses. So that's something that I'm being mindful. And then another question that I was given, actually we were all given, was just, will the nearly $10 increase ensure that we won't have to pay a fee to pay our water bills online? So the follow-up from staff was the only fee that is charged is through a credit card. And so my follow-up was, well, can we at least waive those fees as a courtesy? I mean, if people are paying their bills, why should they have to pay their bill, right? That there's a charge to it. So that, Mr. Lamb, I believe your follow-up to that was that you would look into it with the company that we use to administer the billing. So I am not sure how I'm going to vote when it's time to actually do the head count here to see what we're in support of. I'm just very concerned about any increase for folks, especially those on a fixed income, regardless if they're a renter or a homeowner.
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. Mr. Lamb.
If I could just add a point of clarification. So the nearly $10 increase that was referenced, I think that came from the Prop 218 notice. It should be actually roughly a $9.50 decrease for the average single family home user. So I think there might have been some misunderstanding of the noticing that went out. So the average single family home user that uses 12 units of water will actually pay less per month under the new rate structure versus the current rate structure.
Thank you for the clarity.
And I would imagine that the fee connected with using a credit card, right, is the credit card processing fee, right? That our payment processing company doesn't want to eat that, right? The city doesn't want to eat that, and so
it's common, I think, for utilities or any kind of public agency to just essentially pass that cost of the benefit of using a credit card to the user. But as Councilmember Taylor mentioned, we can definitely look into whether or not we can accommodate taking on that expense. I don't have a good sense of what the annual expense is. If it's $5,000 to $10,000 a year of credit card transactions, that's probably one thing. If it's a lot more, then we have not accounted for that expense in our rate study. I would say that likely if we do waive the credit card transaction fee, then that would probably be much more commonly used as a method of payment.
Yeah, because then you can rack up miles and reward points for pay. Again, this is the same reason why you can't just pay your federal income taxes, right? You can, but they charge you a fee, which negates any reward benefits of this is very personal for me. No. I don't quite know where we're at. And so I'm going to go to the vice mayor, and then maybe I'll make a motion if it seems as though that's needed. And then we'll see where we land. Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. I just want to make it clear when we're talking about revenue, all of this is money that stays within the water system, and it goes to pay our increased cost of water supply, and also all the infrastructure that's required, which actually we know needs some help. We've had a couple water main breaks that we need to make sure that everything is up to is well maintained. And so it's not that just to make sure that people realize that the revenue is not something that's going to the city, to the general fund. It's all stays within the water system and is all used for the water district, water supply and water infrastructure.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor Nash. Fair point. And again, only about half the city, right, is actually serviced by the Menlo Park Water District. Okay, with that, I will actually make a motion to adopt resolution number 6625, approving rate increases for the next 5 years for Menlo Park Municipal Water. I'll make sure if I didn't, I want to officially say that we could close the public hearing. I think I did say that, but just want to sort of reiterate that the public hearing is closed. And so again, I've made a motion essentially a motion to approve the adoption of resolution 6625 in connection with water rates. Is there a second? Okay, Vice Mayor Nash. Okay, so we can now bring on Mr. Curtin, and we can conduct a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The motion is to approve the adoption of resolution number 6625, approving water rate increases for the next 5 years from Menlo Park Municipal Water. Motion by Mayor Combs, second by Vice Mayor Nash. And the vote, Councilmember Mueller,
No.
Councilmember Taylor,
No.
Councilmember Willison,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nash,
Yes.
and Mayor Combs.
Yes.
So the vote is 3-2.
And the city attorney has come on, so we need it for. But city attorney Doherty.
I'll defer to Megan. She's here.
So it's a little complicated. You can pass it with a majority vote. There is a specific authorization for water rates under the Health and Safety Code that provides additional protections for the agency if you adopt it pursuant to that Health and Safety Code provisions that do require a 2/3 vote. So we had designed the resolution to be adopted pursuant to also those Health and Safety Code provisions, in addition to the city's general rate making authority. And we have referenced those Health and Safety Code provisions, but we could strike that and have it adopted by a majority vote. You will not have the same protections under the Health and Safety Code, which essentially are directed towards provisions that require protest before a lawsuit can be filed and help protect against class action lawsuits challenging the water rates.
Okay, totally fair. Thank you for that additional information. So that motion fails again because it included those provisions. So I will now make a new motion, essentially adopting resolution. What is it? I forgot the name of it that quickly. Or adopting the resolution, stripping out those health and safety provisions that would require a 4/5 approval of the council. Is that, Assistant City Attorney, is that enough direction and clarity with regards to moving forward?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So now is there a second on that motion? Vice Mayor Nash. Are you seconding? Are you have a question? Are you second? Okay, so we have a first and a second. Okay, yeah, Councilmember Wilson has a question. So hold
Yeah,
on.
no, I just want to say that I'm voting for this because I think at the end of the day, we're talking about 6 and half a dozen, and that the percentages have to even out. So this is not at all an attack on multifamily dwellings. I think we need more of them, and I will be supporting this.
Totally fair. Thanks for that comment. And I think we'd all say that Mr. Frist and Mr. Siegel have brought up very valid points that have, I think, caused all of us to sort of wrestle and really dig into trying to understand these issues. And they are complex, and there's lots of history and decisions that were made. And so it is a challenging, and again, like I respect all of the different ways that my colleagues have landed on this. Okay, so we have a first and a second, Mr. Curtin, and so let's do a roll call vote.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Mueller,
Yeah.
Councilmember Willison, I'm sorry, Councilmember Taylor,
No.
Councilmember Willison,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nash,
Yes.
and Mayor Combs.
Yes.
So the motion passes 3-2 with Councilmembers Mueller and Taylor dissenting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Curtin. Okay, is there anything else that you need from us, Mr. Lamb? No, you went away, so I guess not.
Oh, no, thank you.
All right, thanks. Is there anything you want to add, City Attorney? She went away too, so I guess not. Okay, with that, we had initially scheduled Councilmember Mueller. I'm sorry.
I just want to say to staff, I realize I voted against it, but I appreciate your work. It really, nothing, no reflection on your work. It really has to do with policy decisions the council made in the past, and I was advocating to make tonight. So appreciate you guys. You guys worked on the directions you've been provided.
Yeah, I totally agree, Councilman Mueller. And I would add, and again, I know like the staff is more than at capacity, but at some point before a future council, which very likely I will not be on, gets this, I wonder if we can start doing some of, I think, all of the work that's necessary to make sure we have the needed data to really be able to sort of implement something other than this. What some of the nuances that take into account multifamily usage. Again, I just think that we just don't have that data at this point, and so that's how I voted. Okay, but all right. So with that, we'll move on to again. Initially, there was a recess scheduled for this time period, but we're going to skip the recess and move into the regular business portion of the meeting. And with that, we have item M1, adopt resolution number 6623 to authorize a grant to Habitat for Humanity Greater San Francisco of $1.2 million for preservation of existing housing through their home ownership preservation program, and authorize the city manager to execute all related agreements and documents. And here to provide the staff presentation on this will be Deputy Community Development Director Rhoda Kaufman.
Good evening, Mayor Combs and council members. Can you hear me okay? Great. Thank you. I'm going to pull up my presentation here, so just give me a moment. Share my screen. Are you able to see my screen? I'm not able to see. Can somebody let me know?
No, I don't see it.
You don't see it yet. Okay. Clay, I'm going to ask Clay if you can help me with this one. I'm sharing my screen. Let's see. Here we go. Are you able to see it now?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Put it into presentation mode here. Okay, so I'm going to provide a brief presentation that'll include a summary of the 2020 Notice of Funding Availability, or NOFA process, including information on the homeownership preservation program proposed by Habitat for Humanity, Greater San Francisco, some information on BMR funding, and then it will be followed by a brief presentation from Habitat staff. So the city generates BMR funds primarily from development fees, which are required to be paid prior to building permit issuance. These are also called in lieu fees. The city's BMR program guidelines specify the eligible uses of the BMR funds, which include activities that support the preservation or production of affordable housing to very low income, low and moderate income households. The city published a NOFA in November of 2020 of approximately $10 million and received 3 BMR funding proposals, including one from Habitat for Humanity for housing preservation, one from HIP Housing Development Corporation for the acquisition of an apartment building for conversion to permanent affordable housing, and one from MidPenn for the development of BMR ownership housing. The proposal recommended for funding before you tonight is Habitat's Homeownership Preservation Program. They propose to administer a housing rehabilitation program to assist 20 very low income and primarily senior households in the Belhaven neighborhood. Habitat will provide a full scope of services, including marketing and outreach, identifying work needed, loan underwriting, and completion of the repair work. Loans would be provided at 0% interest for a term of 30 years. And just as a reference, the table at the bottom of the slide shows the San Mateo County area median income, which was just updated for 2021. Median income is $149,600, and in the rows below that, those are the limits for the very low income, or 50% of AMI. Or
Excuse me, the slides are not advancing. We're still on the original slide.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let's see if I can. All right, I'm trying to change that on my side over here. Is that better? Did it change?
Thank you. Yeah, it's moving slowly through them now. Thank you.
Okay, all right. I'm having a little technical difficulty over here. Okay, so let's see. I went through some of these, talked a little bit about the NOFA, about Habitat and their program. And then just there are many merits and benefits for housing preservation. Previously, housing preservation loan and grant programs were administered by many cities and counties, including ones administered by the city of Menlo Park. Many of these programs were eliminated due to funding cuts. Many of them were funded through federal funds, which have gone away and been decreased over the years. Preservation is a form of rehabilitation that allows lower income homeowners to remain in their current housing, which is usually affordable to them. Zero interest loans help these homeowners address deferred maintenance without increasing their housing costs. Many homeowners purchased their homes at a time when they could afford them many years ago, but do not have the income needed to pay for costly repairs, such as a new roof. So there's many other benefits to housing preservation listed on that slide. I'm going to move forward. So the preservation, let's see, the investment and disinvestment as neighbor study completed in 2020 analyzed baseline housing conditions in 3 communities: the Belhaven neighborhood in Menlo Park, San Mateo County's unincorporated area of North Fair Oaks, and the city of East Palo Alto. This was done pursuant to Facebook's development agreement with the city of Redwood City. The focus on these communities stems not just from their proximity to the Facebook campus, but also their history as low-income communities of color that may be particularly vulnerable to displacement. The study identified and recommended housing preservation investment as a way to stabilize and improve housing in Menlo Park, particularly in the Belhaven neighborhood. So Habitat is requesting 1.2 million in BMR funds for the program, with the majority of the funds to be used to make loans to pay for materials and labor to complete repairs. As I noted earlier, the city received 3 proposals through the NOFA that totaled $10.3 million. The Housing Commission recommended full funding all 3 at their full request. The City Council previously approved $5.5 million for HIP Housing Development Corporation in February, and this is the second request moving forward tonight. The third request will come to City Council in the near future. So the BMR fund balance, this is a table that just shows the fund balance, available balances, funding that was approved previously that's pending disbursement, and the if 10.3 million is approved, including all 3 proposals, we would still have a remaining balance of about $7.3 million. So with that, I'll conclude, and I would like to introduce the staff from Habitat to provide their presentation. And here tonight to do that are Matt Rosen, Maureen Sedonen, and Jen Wiles.
All right, good evening. Good evening, Mayor Combs, Vice Mayor Nash, and the City Council members. Thank you for hanging in there to this very long evening tonight. Trying to get, oh, here comes my camera. Still good to see all of you. My name is Maureen Sedonen. I'm the CEO of Habitat for Humanity Greater San Francisco, and I'm joined tonight by my colleagues, Matt Rosen, Chief Program Officer, and Jen Wiles, our Chief Financial Officer. Thank you so much for your commitment for building and preserving affordable housing in the city. We appreciate the chance to speak with you about our specific proposal to preserve affordable homeownership in the Belhaven neighborhood. Our homeownership preservation program focuses on vulnerable neighborhoods and communities with a concentration on low-income homeowners of color, particularly seniors. We begin our homeownership preservation work in Menlo Park at the invitation of community leaders who learned of the work we were doing in EPA and encouraged us to do the same in Belhaven. As you know, longtime low-income homeowners in communities like Belhaven are facing extremely difficult choices in this incredibly sizzling hot house market. Either continue to live in unhealthy, poorly insulated homes which have structural problems and leaking roofs and other dangers, or be forced to sell their home and leave their community and their region that they love and where they've grown and raised their families. Our program addresses these challenges by helping homeowners make the critical repairs that allow them to stay in their homes while preserving the social fabric of the community. I'm going to turn it over to Matt to talk with you about the specifics of the program. Thank you.
The focus of our rehabs will be major items in the home that place homeowners at risk of displacement and tackle issues that jeopardize their health and safety. From our experience, homes have a wide variety of issues that often need attention, especially those on the skin of the building, like roofs and windows. While each project is unique, we anticipate that rehabs will be in the range of $40,000 to $70,000. Many will include roof replacements. This program is not for home upgrades like bathroom or kitchen remodels. I did want to say that Habitat shares the city's commitment to reducing energy and gas usage overall, and in instances where existing systems, appliances, or utilities need to be replaced, we'll make our very best effort to install non-gas options. We'll work with Menlo Spark, Grid Alternatives, and Actera around any education that homeowners may need to make these shifts. And also we'll continue our long partnership with Grid Alternatives to install rooftop solar panels for our home repair clients. Our aim is to complete 20 rehabs over 3 years, starting with 5 in year 1 and wrapping up with 8 in year 3. Our activities are going to start with broad community outreach with local groups and neighborhood residents. Once we receive an application, we'll work closely with the homeowner to verify income and program eligibility. Next, applicants will be evaluated based on need, urgency, and available funding. And our assessor will then perform a detailed home assessment. Habitat will then self-perform the work, utilizing a combination of our expert construction staff, volunteers, and qualified subcontractors as needed. Then we'll provide follow-up supports for all homeowners, including estate planning. Many longtime homeowners we work with have a deep distrust of contractors and lenders. With this in mind, we're going to use a respect-based approach to guide homeowners through every step in this process to ensure their trust and their confidence in our work.
So for this program, Habitat's going to act as both the lender and the general contractor for the rehab work. First, we'll pre-qualify the homeowners for a 0% 30-year loan up to $75,000 and draft a repair agreement stating the program rules, intentions, loan estimate, and terms, and any other appropriate disclosures the homeowner may need. After the work is complete, Habitat will obtain any required inspections and then complete a walkthrough with the client to make sure they're satisfied. And in parallel, our qualified loan officers will originate the loan itself. Now, we generally see homeowners stay in their homes long after the completion of the work that we do, but in the event that a homeowner does sell or rent out the home before the loan is repaid, all funds can be recouped for use with another eligible household in this program.
Our total project budget for 20 rehabs is $1,310,000, including just under $1 million for the labor and materials for the repair. We're seeking $1.2 million from Menlo Park, with the remainder raised through other sources.
And before we close, I wanted to raise up the extensive experience that we have doing this work. Overall, we've completed 204 repairs and rehabs for low-income homeowners in EPA, Bellhaven, and in San Francisco's Bayview Hunters Point neighborhood since 2011. We've repaired or replaced dozens of roofs in the process and have demonstrated capacity to complete the types of jobs we're proposing. Habitat Greater San Francisco is a mortgage lender, and we have in-house loan officers to qualify and underwrite the loans. And in closing, I want to thank you once again for your commitment to affordable housing, to consideration of our programs. We're happy to answer any questions you have. And I also just want to appreciate the great work of Rhonda Kaufman. Thank you.
Great, thank you for the presentation. With that, so I know we're approaching 11 p.m. and so we have to vote to extend the meeting. And so just going around the virtual dais by acclamation, are we all on board on extending the meeting past 11 p.m.? Okay, totally fair. All right, with that, let's Councilmember Mueller.
I am for this item, but how long do we expect? I think we should give fair warning to people in the audience, how long we plan to go past this item.
Yeah, so I can't predict how long this item will go. The next item after this is essentially the appointment of me and Councilmember Willison to the Housing Element Subcommittee. I don't think that will consume much time. And then after that, there is the development agreement funds item. And so I certainly think, depending on how long this item can go, we can do the Housing Element Subcommittee, and then after that, do a check-in to see where we are with regards to the agenda item dealing with the development agreement funds. Does that sound okay with everyone? Okay, so again, thank you for the presentation. Mr. Curtin, let's call for public comment on this agenda item.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. If any member of the public would like to make public comment on item M1, the adoption of resolution number 6623 to authorize a grant to Habitat for Humanity Greater San Francisco of $1.2 million for preservation of existing housing. Please raise your hand using the hand feature at the bottom of your screen, or dial *9 if you're participating by telephone. Okay, final call for any public comment on this item. Mr. Mayor, I see none.
Thank you, Mr. Curtin. So bringing it back to the dais, are there any clarifying questions or if anyone wants to share what they're thinking on this proposal. Councilmember Wollaston.
Yeah, I just, I mean, it sounds really exciting. I just want to clarify that it's a loan, not kind of a gift. So it'll either be paid back over 30 years or at the time of the sale, if I'm reading the report correctly. And then once it's paid back, that money then kind of moves on to the next household. So it's kind of like an upfront. So we're like fronting the work that'll then kind of continue on this journey as it gets paid back. Or am I understanding the program correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
You're basically building a pool of capital to be able to do this work over time and repay itself back over time.
Great. So it actually could pay even more dividends if you're like it has a life beyond just these 20 homes. Too,
Exactly.
which is really exciting. Yeah, it sounds like a wonderful program. Thank you so much for bringing it to us.
Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, I'm a yes. I think it's magnificent. Can't wait for you to start.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. First of all, I agree with everyone. It sounds fantastic. I'm really excited with the commitment to reduce energy and gas appliances and gas usage overall wherever possible. A question is, so does that money as it revolves stay within Menlo Park? Or does it go into, it does?
It
Great.
stays all in Menlo Park. Yeah.
It stays all in Menlo Park. And then I had one just comment. I actually wanted to defer to Councilmember Taylor if they want to actually make the motion, but I do have one comment on the resolution, and that's, if possible, I would love to see where it says A, to approve a funding commitment for the Habitat Homeownership Preservation Program for the rehabilitation of 20 low-income owner-occupied homes through a conditional grant of 1.2 million. I'd love to see owner-occupied homes in Menlo Park. Actually have it specified in Menlo Park at that point. So.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Nash. Councilmember Taylor.
I'm supportive of that. Thank you, Vice Mayor Nash. And I actually just wanted to say thank you. This is the perfect timing for this to happen. And just for clarity, it is a loan and not a grant.
Correct.
It's Vice Mayor Nash, you said grant. So it is a loan. But thank you.
The
Thank you
program
for-
is a loan. The grant is to Habitat to provide the program.
Yes.
Because it actually says grant in the document, in the resolution. It's a conditional grant.
Yeah, just to clarify, that's because it's a grant to Habitat to provide a loan program. So it's very confusing, but that's the context of it.
Cool. Thank you for that clarification. So is there a motion? I didn't hear a motion. I heard lots of praise and nice words, but not quite a motion. Councilmember Taylor.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, and with the, just for clarification, with the added language suggested by the Vice Mayor about adding in Menlo Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Mueller.
A second.
All right, thanks. Mr. Curtin, let's take a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have a motion by Councilmember Taylor, second by Councilmember Mueller to adopt resolution number 6623 with additional language specifying homes in Menlo Park. And Councilmember Mueller.
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor.
Yes.
Councilmember Wollaston.
Yes, I just wish all items were like this. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Nash.
Yes.
And Mayor Combs.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank
Right.
you all. And
Thank
at
you.
10:59. Yay. Thank you so much. And thank you for your
Thank
service to your community and all you do.
Yeah, thank you guys for the presentation and for all of your work.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay, with that, we'll turn to item M2 under regular business, adopt purpose statements for city council committees, formally appoint Councilmember Willison to the Climate Action Plan Subcommittee and Mayor Combs and Councilmember Willison to the Housing Element Subcommittee. Here to introduce the item is Assistant City Manager Nick Pagueras.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do not have a presentation this evening, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Curtin, let's call for public comment on this agenda item.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. If any members of the public would like to make public comment on item M2, the adoption of purpose statements for the city council subcommittees and formal appointment of Willison to the Climate Action Plan Subcommittee and Combs and Willison to the Housing Element Subcommittee, please raise your hand using the raised hand feature at the bottom of your screen or dial *9 on your telephone if you're participating by phone. All right, last call for any public comment. Okay, Mr. Mayor, I see no public comment.
All right, thank you, Mr. Curtin. Bringing it back to the dais, are there any questions regarding this agenda item? Or anyone want to share what they're thinking? Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I'm supportive of forming to appoint Councilmember Willison to the Climate Action Plan Subcommittee and also the Mayor Combs and Councilmember Willison to the Housing Element Subcommittee. I don't understand why we would have to adopt purpose statements. I feel like that portion of the staff report to me just seems to be unnecessary if we are already following the Brown Act. So I'm supportive of the other two. So if we could separate them possibly.
Yeah, totally fine if this is how that may end up. I do want to give Mr. Pagueras an opportunity to respond to the purpose statements and the reasoning behind them.
Thank you, Mayor Combs and Councilmember Taylor. The council is free to separate the item this evening. They are not dependent on one another. We were simply bringing back following up on an item that we had identified to City Council in December, I believe, to gain greater clarity over the role of the subcommittees in their relative or respective subject matter areas. The roles, the subcommittee purposes do have an impact or an influence on whether the committee is deemed an ad hoc committee or a standing committee. However, that's not something that we're asking the council to do tonight. That would need to be addressed at a future date.
Okay, and just the okay, and where in the staff report and where the red is crossed out, that's where there is changes being made to those purpose statements, correct?
Correct.
All right, and then but then some of the other, like for like the housing element, right? So that's completely new, right? That hasn't ever been committed or formalized, that the purpose statement for that subcommittee, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So what are others thinking, Councilmember Willison?
Yeah, I'm actually in agreement with Councilmember Taylor to not move forward with adopting the purpose statements and to move forward with the subcommittee appointments.
Okay, if that, I'll let the city manager comment.
Well, I guess one of the objectives in adopting a purpose statement is that we all have a common understanding of the scope of the subcommittees. It's really easy in my experience to start at one point and expand that point. And so I think for me, it's fair to the council and to the staff to have a common understanding. And just so, I mean, you all know this, we met with each of the subcommittees to work with them on the individual scopes. So if you want us to try that again, happy to do that. But I do think it's important that we have kind of a written agreement about the scope of each subcommittee.
Yeah. Thank you for that additional information, City Manager Jerome Robinson. Just so I'm understanding, Councilmember Willison and Councilmember Taylor, which is totally fine, is the concern with having the purpose statements are just as crafted, you want more time to sort of look at them, take them in, make some suggested tweaks. Just want to understand where the concern lies.
I'm sure if you wanted me to raise my hand or not, Mayor
Oh, no,
Combs.
yeah.
Okay. So for me, well, it's both. One is to go back to the meeting where we discussed creating the subcommittee. And then whatever was agreed upon with the council is what needs the language that needs to be in whatever we're going to adopt. And so with the number of subcommittees that are on here, I didn't have time to actually do that. Other than the committees that I sit on myself, but not other people's subcommittees. And so that was one piece, is whatever we agreed upon as a council is the language that needs to be here. And I'm not saying that it's not.
Okay, all right, totally fair. Vice Mayor Nash and then Councilmember Mueller.
Thank you. Just generally, I would like to say the climate action plan, I don't believe was ever met, that we ever did have that meeting. And I'd like to revise the purpose to better reflect. I went back to December 19th, 2019, when it actually was developed. And I believe to advise on the scope, priorities, and strategy of the climate action plan is a better purpose statement for the climate action plan. And Councilmember Willison and I met on that and agreed that that would be an appropriate purpose, having gone back to the other slides of the meeting and really looked at what was taking place there.
All right, totally fair. Thank you for that, Vice Mayor Nash. Why don't, so I'm going to go to Councilmember Mueller. After we hear from Councilmember Mueller, maybe the best approach would be that someone makes a motion regarding the appointments, and we treat the purpose statements as an informational item, essentially. And so now we have a heads up about it and have the ability to provide feedback to staff. Councilmember Mueller.
I'd like to make a motion that we separate out the appointments. Actually, I'm just going to make a motion for the appointments, and then as proposed in the staff report, and that the mission statements of the subcommittees be tabled to a later meeting.
Okay. Oh, cool. So I'll second that motion. So Mr. Curtin, you can come on and.
Thank you. We have a motion by Councilmember Mueller and a second by Mayor Combs to appoint Willison to the Climate Action Plan Subcommittee and Combs and Willison to the Housing Element Subcommittee. And then to table the purpose statements to a future meeting. And to vote, Councilmember Mueller.
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor.
Yes.
Councilmember Willison.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nash.
Yes.
and Mayor Combs.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Curtin. And maybe it is the case again now that we've all seen them, that we can provide feedback to staff to the extent we would like, and maybe this can come back as a consent item at the other on the other side of that feedback. So, all right. So now a check-in. We have one more item, M3, under regular business. Where people at, what are they feeling? Is there a desire to plug away? I would, even if we sort of decide to postpone a full discussion on that, I do want to, for the sake of some members of the public who may be still with us and who wanted to comment on that, I would at least take public comment on the item for this meeting. And if we defer a full council discussion to a future meeting, then I'll again take public comment on it. But I wanted to give the opportunity of people who have stayed with the meeting for this long and who want to comment on this item. I wanted to give them that opportunity. So the question is, do we have, after that public comment, a full discussion at the council, or we defer to a future meeting? Are there any? So, Councilmember Taylor.
Mayor Combs, I'm comfortable with either, and I appreciate you taking public comment regardless of what we choose. Thank you.
Okay. Well, let's get into the item, and then we can, if it seems like it's bigger than we thought, then we can reassess, and if it's clear that it's something that would benefit from fresher eyes and minds, then we can take note of that. Okay. So with that. We'll go to item M3, adopt resolution number 6624, creating a special revenue fund titled City Services Contribution 301-309 Constitution Drive, restricted to services that benefit the safety of the local community. Here to introduce the item is Assistant City Manager Nick Pegueros.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I am not Nick Pegueros, Dan Jacobson, Assistant Administrative Services Director. I do not have a presentation on this item, but am happy to answer any questions if you have them.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Jacobson. Mr. Curtin, let's call for public comment on this item.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. If any member of the public would like to make a public comment on item M3, the adoption of resolution number 6624, creating a special revenue fund titled City Services Contribution -301 through 309 Constitution Drive, restricted to services that benefit the safety of the local community, please engage the hand feature at the bottom of your screen. If you are calling into the meeting, you can press *9 to raise your hand. All right, final call for any public comment on item M3. Mr. Mayor, I see no hands raised.
All right, thank you, Mr. Curtin. And so obviously we in many respects, obviously this item is a continuation from a prior meeting. Is there, or I feel like I personally made all of the comments I wanted to make at that earlier meeting when we first took up this issue. And so I don't know that I have anything I need to add, but are there any additional questions for staff or people want to share where they're at? Vice Mayor Nash and then Councilmember Willison.
So Councilmember Taylor and I met and have a number, we just went straight to the resolution, and we've got a number of changes for the resolution suggestions. And so I don't know if Councilmember Willison would like to go first, because it's a this will take a little bit of time. Hopefully not too long.
Okay. I don't think Councilmember Willison wants to go. But is it, and certainly tell me if not, is it possible to propose these changes as a motion? And so then we have it out there and don't necessarily, if there is sort of agreement, we don't need to go and backtrack and then, remember and try to reincorporate. But again, I don't want to, I want you to frame it however you are most comfortable framing it. Councilmember Taylor, I see you put your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor Combs, and I'm supportive of that suggestion. And then also I want to thank our staff for listening to us and bringing it back so quickly and separating the two funds. So I do appreciate that. So Vice Mayor Nash, if you want to just read into the record the motion, and hopefully you all will be supportive. I think it's reasonable.
So I guess what I'm not sure of is, well, I will just start reading it. So resolution number 6624, resolution of the City Council of the City of Menlo Park establishing a special revenue fund titled Bayfront Impact Fund, restricted to public safety of the local community. Whereas in 2017, the City Council concluded that increased public safety costs resulting from Facebook's daytime population and unique risk profile could be offset for a limited time by unrestricted development agreement contributions to the general fund, city services contribution. And whereas in 2017, the City Council approved amendments to the development agreement for 301 to 309 Constitution Drive owned by Facebook to modify development approvals and use that opportunity to incorporate the unrestricted contributions to the general fund to offset increased public safety costs. And whereas in fiscal year 2017 to 18, City Council authorized the addition of 6 public safety officers and equipment. And whereas the 2020 COVID-19 pandemic reduced the need for the increased public safety officers in the Bayfront area. And whereas 2020 budget limitations caused the department to reduce its authorized full-time equivalent personnel. And whereas the City Council wishes to terminate any link between police department budget and the city services contribution. And whereas the City Council finds that the public interest is best served by creating a special revenue fund, allowing for discrete reporting of the one-time special revenue funds associated with the Facebook development agreement for 301 to 309 Constitution Drive. And whereas generally accepted accounting principles require City Council action to define the specified purpose for the use of any special revenue not otherwise restricted by law or agreement. And whereas once established, this special revenue fund will be subject to all established budgeting, accounting, and internal controls applied to all other special revenue funds. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Menlo Park hereby resolves as follows. The City Council hereby finds that the above recitations are true and correct and accordingly are incorporated as a material part of this resolution. 2, the City Council hereby directs staff to create a special revenue fund titled Bayfront Impact Fund. 3, the City Council hereby specifies that any and all expenditures will come before City Council for approval. 4, the City Council hereby specifies that the new fund shall only be used for City Council approved expenditures that provide services that benefit the safety of the local community with the following definitions. A, services that benefit the city or contract services that benefit the safety of the local community. B, local community, the geographic area within the incorporated boundaries of Menlo Park, north of US Highway 101. 5, the City Council hereby directs the necessary budget amendments and fund transfers of Bayfront Impact Fund residing in general fund assigned fund balance and assigned to public safety development in the June 30, 2020 comprehensive annual financial report in the amount of $2,607,766. 6. The City Council hereby directs the necessary budget amendments and fund transfers of surplus Bayfront Impact Funds in fiscal year 2021 as of July 1st, 2020, upon completion of the independent audit from the general fund to the Bayfront Impact Fund. 7. The City Council hereby directs that all outstanding city services contribution receipts be deposited directly to the Bayfront Impact Fund. That's it.
Okay, so that's a motion, Councilmember Taylor.
I'll second.
Okay, so Councilmember Willison.
I have two questions for Vice Mayor Nash and Councilmember Taylor. Oh, actually, one might be for staff. I'll start with that one. I noticed, I was trying to follow along. At the end, number 5, it looks like they're proposing to change March 31st to July 1st. And I just wanted to understand what the rationale was and if that has any implications on budgeting and stuff like that. And then my second question was, I was following along at the, and I think I missed one of the whereases because I didn't realize. So I have the whereas the 2020 COVID-19 pandemic reduced the need for the increased public safety officers in the Bayfront area. And then what came next?
Whereas 2020 budget limitations caused the department to reduce its authorized full-time equivalent personnel.
And then what was the next thing after that?
And whereas the City Council wishes to terminate any link between.
Okay, so then okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Wilson. So can someone from, I don't know if maybe the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Taylor want to start with their reasoning behind the date change, and then someone from staff can give their stance on the impact of that change.
Thank you, Mayor Combs, and thank you, Councilmember Willison, for the question. The date actually came from a previous staff report that was dated July 14th, 2020. So the date actually came from that report, from a report within it. I don't know how else to explain that at this hour. So the agenda item was to add institutionalized bias reform as a top priority for the city staff in 2020-21 and provide input to staff on how to address police. And so in that staff report, there is a report on the funding from the CRT, and the date was July 2020. And so we thought it would make sense for accounting purposes to go back to that date, as opposed to the start at March. I think the staff report said March 31st, 2021. For us, that date didn't make any sense.
Okay.
So this is going back to, excuse me.
No, please go.
This is going back to sort of the beginning of these talks and when all of this was being considered.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, my follow-up is just what implications that has, if any, on budgeting.
Mr. Jacobson.
Yeah, so thank you for the question. So in regards to budgeting, it will not, because the staff is preparing, it will result in an amendment to the current fiscal year's budget, which will likely result in a deficit in the general fund. But in terms of budgeting, that one is a relatively small amendment to make. It won't affect the budgeting for the upcoming fiscal year. That budget is already prepared in largely the same manner. It will change the fund balance of that fund at the beginning of the year, but won't change budgeting practices because nothing has been budgeted in that fund pending additional City Council direction. So I missed the exact date. Was it mid-month or was it at the end of the month of July?
It was actually July 1st, thinking that that's when the fiscal year started. So it's July, and that's also when the development agreement pays out each year.
So that's certainly doable. And then the resultant effect would mostly be that the general fund will run a deficit in the current year.
Council member, thank you, Mr. Jacobson. Council member Mueller.
So the question I had was around the section that said the department reduced its staff. I'm not sure that's accurate. The department didn't reduce its officers. The council reduced its officers. What am I missing there?
So essentially, we were taking what we did was we took one whereas and split it into two and tried to make as few changes as possible. So it's fine if it's right now it says what we wrote was whereas 2020 budget limitations caused the department to reduce its authorized full-time equivalent. Before it was that the pandemic caused the reduction, which we didn't feel was truly it was more that it was budget limitations that caused the reduction, which were from the COVID. But the fact that the 2020 COVID-19 pandemic reduced the need for the increased public safety officers in the Bayfront area is not why the staffing was reduced.
Okay,
So feel free to make another suggestion. It's very open to suggestions.
Yeah, and I appreciate all the work that you guys have put into it. But I don't think the department reduced its headcount. I think we did. So
great.
So I think we should change that. So just to reflect what happened there. I think that would sit probably better with the department, and we're also going to say it's true and accurate at the start. So I think we got to be. So I would make that change.
So, Ray, can you just help with this? So whereas 2020 budget and just whatever you want to propose, whereas 2020 budget limitations caused the city council to reduce the police department's authorized full-time equivalent personnel.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's more accurate.
That's great. Assuming Councilmember Taylor's great. Thank you.
No problem. My only other question is does staff have any professional staff do they have any other comments with respect to it?
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. The amendments are, there's, I don't see any concern with them. I do need to raise to the council's attention, however, that this will require a use of reserve funds or unassigned fund balance of approximately $1 million as rewritten. That is the result of staff's understanding when this item was discussed with council, is that the change would be prospective. We were hoping to get this decision in April, which is why we chose the March 31 date. However, if the council does direct to backdate the change to July 1, that will require a budget. We will need to find additional monies to balance this year's budget if that's the council's direction.
So I'm going to be honest. I'm not saying I'm against it, but what I am saying is it is a material change, and I'm really tired. So if it would be okay with my colleagues, could we look at that and bring it back? Is that agreeable? I'm not just because it is a material change, and I'm trying to wrap my mind around what does that mean.
Well, totally fair. So my first question would be to So Vice Mayor and Councilmember Taylor, are you committed to that date change? Again, given that would sort of take prior budgeting $1 million into the hole, which would, essentially be covered by reserve. And so essentially $1 million would go from reserve into to this special fund, essentially, if I'm understanding the process. So if that is the case, then you want to stick to the date, then fine. Then yeah, I think to Councilman Mueller's point, I think we need to maybe approach it in the future with fresher minds and eyes. But if you are okay with sticking with the staff's more prospective looking date, then we can maybe resolve this issue tonight. Councilmember Taylor.
I do appreciate the hour and agree about that. And one of the reasons why, another reason we made the decision for that date is it was our understanding that there was always an excess. There was always $1 million over than what the city needed. And that money was set aside in a special fund already and wasn't being used. So that was our understanding, but just based on what Mr. Jacobson said, and then also what Mr. Picaro said, then maybe some more clarity for Vice Mayor Nash and myself is needed. And again, the hour.
Okay, I'll let Mr. Jacobson respond to that, and then maybe we just we'll just have to pick this up in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Councilmember Taylor, the $1 million was the prospective number, the difference between what revenues were received in the current fiscal year and what had been expended as of March 31st. And then the other remainder, the $2.6 million, was the prior year's accumulated balances of revenues over expenditures in prior years. But the change that that is under discussion now changes from the $1 million to functionally the $2.3 million that is the full amount of revenue for the year, which is why the swing there.
Okay, and so just back to the Vice Mayor and Councilman Taylor, is that just something you guys need to sit on or sleep on, or let me know how you want to proceed. Or I mean, again, there is, yeah, let me know how you want to proceed. Councilmember Willison, and then you can let me know how you want to proceed.
While they're mulling that over, can I just confirm for my own knowledge and for the community who might be following along that a conversation about how to actually use these funds will be coming at some point when there's a larger discussion about policing? Is that accurate for those that might be wanting to know what the next steps are?
I think I will sort of chime in and say, I think it's accurate that the decision about how these funds are utilized will come at a future date, which is not today and not tomorrow. I think that's totally fair to say. I wouldn't necessarily want to
tie it to that meeting.
Add it to anything, but certainly we're making no decision at
That's
this
what I
moment.
that's what I wanted to make sure we conveyed. Okay.
About the usage of the funds. So I'll see I see Councilmember Mueller's hand up, so I'll acknowledge him.
I've reached that point where it's Charlie Brown's teacher. Like, I have no idea what with all due respect, Mr. Jacobson, I really didn't follow what you said at all. I'm done, guys. Sorry.
Okay, Vice Mayor Nash.
So I was going to see whether we could, in order to actually wrap this up tonight, if there's any, October is when we definitely had discussions about this. And I'm wondering if that would be an acceptable date for other council members. And otherwise, honestly, March is not. March is something where we've been trying to get this agendized for months, and March is not an acceptable date. But, we are not dug in at July.
I would be support again. So let's go to staff and see what the impact of that will be, and then since you so what's the or let me know if you're even able to say like at this what the impact of having that date be October.
So staff has not analyzed a different date, so we can't tell you a number.
Okay.
We'd have to do additional work for that.
Totally fair. Somewhere between 2.3 and $1 million, right? So okay, well, then I think we're going to have to take this up in the future. So with that, yeah. So my direction would be to again agendize it for a future meeting, hopefully the next meeting, or as soon as possible, and then we'll take it up then. Okay, so moving on to the informational items. Informational items are transmitted to the City Council in staff's effort to provide an update on matters of importance to the City Council. Informational items are not action items. However, a City Council member, a city staff member, or a member of the public may request to make a comment or ask a question about any of the informational items. Mr. Curtin, can we call for public comment on the informational items?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If any attendees would like to make a public comment on informational items in 1, in 2, or in 3, please engage the hand feature at the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in, again, press *9 to raise your hand. And Mr. Mayor, our first public comment is Joanne.
Hi.
There you go.
Hi there. This is Joanne Goldberg. First, I want to thank you for including quiet zones in the budget on behalf of the thousands of people who live or work near the train tracks. I would like to ask, it appears from what we can see online that the scope of study only includes 2 of the crossings, and I would hope that the initial scope look at all 4 crossings, which are only about 1,000 feet apart. I know that this study has been under discussion for over a decade, and we would like to go into it without seeing any artificial constraints imposed ahead of time. And that's it, and we're all excited about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your public comment. If there's anyone else who would like to make a comment, please raise your hand now. Mr. Mayor, I see no further public comments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Curtin. Does anyone on council want to provide any statements on public on the informational items? Councilmember Willison.
Yeah, just to follow up on the public comment, Ms. Nagaya, is the scope on that quiet zone study defined, or can we update it to include all 4 crossings?
Good evening, council members. Yuki Nagaya, Public Works Director. Thank you for the question. I think the general scope of the study, apologies if I misunderstood the council's direction from the goal setting discussions. I thought the focus was on Glenwood and Encinal as a result of those discussions. And there is also kind of a potential consideration about the train horns need to continue to sound in the station. And so given the proximity of Ravenswood and Oak Grove, the horns will continue to sound as you move through that area as well. So I think we can look at expanding the scope. We will need to look between now and the time you adopt the budget if the amount of funding that was set aside was appropriate, but we can do that investigation over the next few weeks.
That would be wonderful. Yeah, I've also heard some things about the station, but I think that the community would really like to at least have it looked at in the official study. So I guess if that is possible to examine adding that scope to the study, if my council colleagues are okay with that, I think if we're going to go through the effort to at least take a look at everything. So I don't know what kind of official direction you need, or if that's going to come back later.
I don't know either.
Yeah, I think this is an informational item.
Yeah.
So I think we can investigate based on the questions tonight that what the impact on the cost would be, and then bring that back as part of any modifications through your consideration of the approval of the budget in June.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
thanks. And also, again, to the point that the station's present may make any analysis or study moot. And if that is the case, then obviously I think we have to clearly sort of document and communicate that fact too. So certainly we're not asking for scope or consultant work of where the outcome is predetermined. But if that is the case, then we certainly need to be clear about that. But Vice Mayor Nash.
So thank you. You actually just mentioned one part of what I wanted to mention, which is, yeah, if we can't do anything about the noise near a station, there's no point in spending money to study it. So what I actually wanted to, my other point was, I'm wondering what we can do to get a budget in a format that we could actually read. And I realized last year, that part of this is going with OpenGov. Last year, we were in the midst of a pandemic and we had just moved to this new system, and there really was, it was something where basically we just sort of sucked it up and moved on. But I think that we really need to take a look at what can be done. I'm wondering if OpenGov could be consulted, perhaps they have been, and what other cities do. But I think that it's very, very difficult to, well, I like to have something that I can actually print, and it's very, very difficult to print from the OpenGov. And it's very, I think that there are people who may be interested in looking and who may not have the right technology. And I think we should have some sort of paper copy if at all possible. So, and I realize that's not a discussion for tonight. I just want to put it out there that I would like to see some effort put into that.
Okay. Yeah, totally fair, Vice Mayor Nash. Okay. With that, we'll move on to the city manager's report.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. The only report I wanted to give you tonight is just a reminder of where we are on the newspaper racks in compliance and removal. So far we've received, I think applications were due by May 1st. We've received 65 applications, and we'd anticipated more in the range of 200 applications. So I'm concerned that there are a number of publishers out there that have not submitted their application. So towards the end of the month, we will be posting and then ultimately removing any non-complying newspaper racks. So if you know somebody who is not complying, please reach out. We've done a number of reach outs. We've mailed, we've texted, we've offered coffee. So anything you guys can do to help, we deeply appreciate it, because obviously the intention here is compliance, not nothing more than that.
Cool. Thank you. Councilmember Mueller and then Vice Mayor Nash.
I've heard from some of your late applicants, and they're just using the amount of time that they have before they comply. So there should be some more. There should be more coming in near the very end. And part of that has, so just is what it is. I think for some folks, it's the volume of permits they have to do, something like that.
I understand, but just so we're clear, the deadline has passed. So if they're waiting for the deadline, now is the moment.
So then there's confusion because folks I heard from thought the deadline was in June. So.
Okay, well, maybe I can talk to you offline about that.
Okay.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. I was wondering if City Manager Jerome Robinson could give an update on redistricting. I've had a number of people who've reached out to me, and I hope this isn't catching you by surprise, because I think I mentioned it yesterday.
We have, oops, sorry, just a second here. Technology is not working with me. Okay, we have issued an RFP for demographer. We've been advised that we need to bring the demographer on first and then start the redistricting process. And so that should be coming to the council, the approval of the demographer contract within the next couple of meetings.
And so if you don't mind, as I mentioned yesterday, there is concern that we are limiting our options by running this late. And so just whatever we can do to make sure that we are not closing doors without intentionally doing that.
Completely appreciate that. Yes.
Yep.
All right, well, we'll move on to council member reports. Are there any council member reports? Councilmember Willison.
I attended a HART meeting, which stands for the Housing Endowment and Regional Trust of San Mateo County, which deals with affordable housing. And three things I just wanted to note. One is they offer home buyer loans, which only require 5% down. And so they also have general home buying education workshops. And they also have a lot of information about ADU, accessory dwelling unit construction. They have some reviewed plans that you can that are open source. You can just grab them and download them. And they're even green construction. So for anyone that is interested in any of those items, you can visit heartofsmc.org and learn more about those programs. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. So I attended a meeting of the Stanford Searsville Watershed Restoration Projects Advisory Group, and they're just getting started again, and we'll have a website soon. And as soon as the website is posted, I will is up and running, I will send an email to CCIN alerting people, and also let you know at the next whatever council meeting they have we have after that. But it's a group that was previously engaged, and then in 2013, I believe, and then sort of stopped the advisory group while they kept working, and now they're starting up again. And it was that well, as you know, Mayor Combs, the San Francisco Creek JPA was a big part of it, as well as many environmental groups and especially fish people. So they're looking at what should be done with Searsville Dam and continuing that. And then the other comment I wanted to, the other meeting that I attended, which was fabulous, was with Senator Tom Carper, who's the ranking senator from Delaware. And he was here visiting the PG&E. City Manager Jerome Robinson was also attended, and it was just a very interesting meeting. He wanted to see the SAFER project and hear what some of our climate action work is here in the Bay Area. And he's the ranking member of or I guess he's the chair of the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee, and and today was meeting with President Biden about it. And so hopefully that will help our chances of getting the new Safer project funded. And he was also very interested in some other funding for other projects around. And I guess one of the main reasons why he's very, very interested is he obviously represents Delaware, and apparently their high point is like 450 feet above sea level. Anyway, they are the lowest state in the union. So he's very, very interested in it. It was an exciting meeting.
Well, thank you for those updates, Vice Mayor Nash. Okay, with that, I don't see any more hands, and so but before I adjourn the meeting, I want to say to Mr. Curtin, thank you for all of your efforts this evening. you did. I'm gonna go to Councilmember Mueller. I think he has something to say, or were you just saying bye?
No, I was going to say thank you to Clay, but I think this is the first time we've had Chief Norris in the meeting with us. So I wanted to welcome him into the meeting.
Yeah, no, definitely. Thanks for that, Councilmember Mueller. Yeah, welcome, Chief Norris.
Thanks, everybody.
We usually don't go this late, but we do go late, sadly. Okay, we'll totally cool.
It's a nice change from the day shift hours, Mr. Mayor. It's no problem.
Totally fair. Well, definitely welcome to Menlo Park. I know that a lot of the members of council have already met with you, and yeah, and so we're very glad to have you on board.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Well, with that, I will adjourn the meeting. Everyone have a good rest of your evening.